Testing, testing. There's no testing him. Don't make me go after your next of kin. Donald Trump said just because he got booed at the Knicks, that is it. He gonna be sending in ICE to go after the Mexicans. Pulling up to the scene, do what thou wilt. They like, who's him? It doesn't matter. I don't have a weak bladder like Donald Trump, so when you see him at the games playing game, boo him. You know when I take the who's him, boo him, Trump, bladder, doesn't matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Do what thou wilt. But y'all want to misinterpret what is on my shirt. It's almost like you're trying to get me and my family hurt. How could you stand there with that dirty mouse up under your hand there, acting like you're a man? Yeah. Spreading these lies. Doesn't matter. When I rise, I rise, I rise. I gotta say it 3 times because these are 3 times the lies. Let's talk about it. Shouts out to my Los Angeles Negroes. That's why I started up a concert there. You trying to move the chart, I move the map. I don't even have to be conscious here. Niggas making jokes all day because I got conscious hair. But who said I did it for you? I did it for my kids. I did it for daughter number 2. And you know who I'm talking about. We're gonna leave it right here. Good morning, everybody. Do what thou wilt. Do what thou wilt. That's all it means. It's I'm just doing my thing. It ain't nothing secret. It's not even about the unseen. I'm just being me.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful. Snowflakes should not view this content under any circumstances, even if supervised by a G.I. Joe, Navy SEALs, Army vet, or someone with good common sense. The views and opinions expressed, including the depictions of persons of color, corrupt politicians, white people with or without a tan, haters who have yet to brush their teeth typing angrily in the comment section with hot breath syndrome, do not reflect any official policy or position of the U.S. government. This program contains graphic language, dark comedy, unique intelligence, creativity, a high credit score, and high blood pressure when triggered. This program has also been accused of racism, violence, misogyny, mansogyny, feminism, MGTOWism, defacement of celebrities, and of course, being a bully. Welcome to Thought Crimes.
Thought Crimes.
I'm Donald Trump in a white tee and white ones.
Good morning, everyone. This is your girl, Sincere. Welcome to Thought Crimes, and I'm here with...
Yo, what's up, everybody? This is your man, P. Solo Prince Solomon, back in the building again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We hope you guys are having a wonderful start to a very, very, very fabulous, not so Diddy day, too, by the way.
Yes, Diddy is in trouble.
Right, y'all know what time it is.
More allegations. You have a grown man who said when he was a minor that Diddy touched him. And, you have a lot of people out there saying, free Diddy,
hey,
kumbaya, free Diddy, boombaye.
Kumbaya.
Well, Diddy, more allegations, nothing new coming out of his closet. For those who've been watching Thought Crimes for a very long time, we talked about Diddy always having allegations with minors, but nothing has been proven yet in the court of law. No evidence has come out yet beyond weird situations. So for right now, we just are keeping an eye on it, and we're going to keep seeing what's going on. Also, Carmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years. That was his sentence, 35 years.
The verdict was that Carmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder, and he has been sentenced to 35 years. All right, and so I'm sure they're going to contest it because the idea of being a jury of his peers, it was mostly all white women. All right, the jury was mostly all white women. So shouts out to the brothers out there that say, hey, man, the only ones that get us a lot of times are the white girls. There you go. All right.
I don't pay attention.
KARMELO Anthony judged by white girls. All right. So that's what the rap fellas out there that always say that. So anyway.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to divestors. Like with the gender war stuff, it'd be so dumb. The same guys crying about black women are being divestors are divestors themselves. It's just like you're a fucking divestor too. You just one with a penis. So
well, hold on, Sin. Hold on. Let's not skip past that.
Yeah, let's not skip past that.
They're guy vesters.
Guy vesters.
Guy vesters. There you go. Guy vesters. So there you go.
Okay.
All right. So shouts out to the wonderful people, the brothers and sisters, the few of them that are in Frisco. Like I told you guys, I did some work out there and, did some career work and everything. Not my favorite town. I'm not trying to be funny. Good old-fashioned, overt, hot racism. All they do is package it is in little-bitty, expensive suburban communities.
And to double, triple down on it, too. If people dating who they want, I don't care if you're gay. Y'all live your life and have fun. I don't care if you're married or dating a white man, Asian man, Hispanic man, whatever. But that whole thing, I usually know people who are happy don't have to announce it. Like, if you are a divestor, you're probably going to have a fucked up relationship with a white or Asian person anyway. Because most black men and black women who cry about black men and women all day usually are terrible at picking spouses no matter what
I judge on skin
background they're from. Okay,
and I'm just tired of black men. I'm tired of black women. All right, I said we might as well take that mirror down.
There you go.
You gotta take that mirror down. All right, because no matter what you see or say, they still gonna call you pork chop lips. All right, so that being the case, so it's unfortunate. We'll continue to do some more posting about KARMELO Anthony, and we'll do some updates about it. I understand, there's a lot of people that tight, upset, angry. There's a lot of people that are not necessarily surprised. In the process, they're saying that, Austin Metcalf, was a bit antagonistic with a knife himself, and then eventually KARMELO was to have defended himself. So, guys,
Metcalf parents have a great relationship allegedly with the judge.
What they do?
And with
they got photos together. They got
power
Christmas,
vacuum out there.
Yeah, the DA, the judge, the jury, the bailiff, damn near everybody that know each other. Y'all know what time that is. But yes, it was definitely a most unfortunate situation. We said we was going to keep our eye on it.
And we still
at some point in time, when we open up the phone calls. If you guys want to discuss the case, that's perfectly fine. You have that opportunity. More than likely, we'll still continue to do that.
Shout out to Duan B. Did a great job. Also checking some of the callers who was being ridiculous. Talk about anytime you call a teenager dumb, you're dumb. Your brain doesn't fully mature until the age of 25. So that's why teenagers are supposed to be given a lot of guidance and constructive criticism, not ridicule.
That's because a lot of adults are being haters, and they may be mad at their personal life choices. And when they see teenagers, they're like, if I could just do a reset, yeah, you little bastard, you don't even know how good you got it. Of course they don't. You keep calling them stupid all day. All right. So also, there's a side note. I brought this up to Sin before. Listen, brothers. You have feelings. You have emotions. There are some brothers I've seen online that clearly were irritated and upset by the ruling of the case. And so instead of dealing with their emotions, they called the little boy dumb. You dumbass little nigga. When I was his age, I was moving different. No, you wasn't. You was broke. Shut up. You weren't moving different. All right. The only difference is you're not in a situation as a 16, 17-year-old with your hormones raging. You got all types of insecurities. Not only that, sometimes it's not even as bad as that. It's just the idea you're in a situation where you don't have the experience of someone that's much older where they can just walk away.
You ain't got the answers.
Yeah, you ain't got it, yay. All right. So I have seen some of that, brothers and sisters, if you're getting sensitive or emotional about this type of stuff, you do need to take a vow of silence before you open your ignorant ass mouth. All right.
So that's that. But yes, we will open up the phone calls. I don't have much to say about the case, my personal statement on my end.
Same.
But I will, if you guys want to call, we'll open up the phone lines. If you guys want to bring something new or your own opinions or your own perspective or even your own experiences.
We're here for you.
There you go. But I genuinely do not have anything else to say about it. It's most unfortunate for the little brother. But you guys know how this stuff is. All right. The other side of the game here is what else we was going to be discussing. Oh, yeah. Later on, we're going to be talking about. We probably start that off first.
Yeah,
Then.
show them the slide. We're going to talk about horror films. We're
We're talking about. Also, is comedy and horror making a comeback?
Yeah. And also, we're occultism. How Aleister Crowley is a real big deal in hip hop, from Ab Soul.
Another racist.
For Tyler the Creator. Jay-Z, he is very influential. Also, of course, in rock and roll, when you talk about the Beatles, when you talk about Led Zeppelin, Aleister Crowley, actors and actresses, he's a real big figure in occultism, in occult circles, and in Hollywood, even though he was kicked out of the Hermetic Order and so many other societies that kicked him out.
Kicked out of his apartment. He said, boy, you stink. Get him out of here. Woman, get him out of here. Get him out of here. He stinks.
The Italians did say he was funky.
Get him gone. He must go. That's what they said. Yeah, no, Aleister Crowley.
Someone please call 911. Pick up the phone, y'all.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Every time I see a black person would do what that will, a lot of time, and then they quoting Crowley. A lot of it's died down, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not on the back end. There's a lot of it that still goes on. There's a lot of weirdos. Y'all see the little David boy that was over there chopping up bodies in Teslas, right? So they still grooming them behind the scenes, but they can't be as proud and loud like they once were in 2015 because you got black social media that be on people's backside.
All right, Prince, who you got?
Who?
Aleister Crowley or Blavatsky?
I'm gonna go with Randolph.
No, you get that's not. No,
Randolph
don't skip past that.
I gotta skip past it.
We know we mess with Pascal Randolph.
Pascal Randolph.
That's our guy.
That's yes.
But rewind it. You have two choices.
That woman with that crazy Biggie Smalls lazy eye.
Madame Blavatsky.
Madame Blavatsky.
Or
helping the Nazis.
Aleister Crowley.
They both stink. The photo smells. They both ugly. They look like brother and sister. One got on the wig and the other don't.
We're happy and we're not colored.
Yeah.
Give me a high five. All right.
But I tell you what I will say about.
You're definitely not going welcome home to dinner. You're not.
No, I'm not. I'm invited to no brunches. I'm not being invited to no brunches. But you do get in these spaces, and I'll just tell you, if you got, listen, brothers and sisters, I'm not talking about industry blacks. Y'all know what I'm talking about. All right? In Atlanta. You go to some of the Buckhead boys, the Brookhaven Negroes, all the way at the top. They will try to put you up on some game. Man, what do you think about Blavatsky? You know anything about that? Nah, nigga, I guess I got to leave. It's time for me to leave.
Rick Owens taking over Atlanta.
Yeah.
How you feel about that? Man, what's going on, Prince?
All right, well, first
that's
of all,
your homeland.
Watch your mouth. That's number one. Because my niggas will lay Rick Owens' ass down, him and his ugly wife. They will lay her down. All right? I need to take all of that witchcraft jewelry off so I can sell it to the Haitians.
Ooh, this some good.
All right? Sell it to the Haitians.
We'll sell it in the black market.
They're cutting the head off their ops. All right? But yeah, listen, I'm just being honest with you guys. Yes, the industry for the most part is predicated on a lot of very dark practices. You're seeing it right now. Listen, y'all saw it with the Jiffy Mix files. Y'all know what they are, the Jiffy Mix files, right? You saw it with the Jiffy Mix files. What were they talking about? Sacrifices, paranormal, ESP. They had one victim. They was like, oh, yeah, we've been doom, that she's starting to display abilities.
Wait, also, Dre 7, I live here in Atlanta, but I'm from Jersey. So, and I love Atlanta, don't get me wrong. But
Ben Shapiro took over Jersey. That's who runs New Jersey and New York. Ma'am, Donnie is a front. He worked for the same people.
But when I
Allegedly.
have some questions for my people out here in Atlanta. I just got some questions. That's all. What's going on with the Rick Owens stuff.
There are such things as stupid questions.
No, they're not. Also, why people aren't taking from, Screaming Jay Hawkins, some other type of things, if you want to go into that whole route that you see some people are going in with alternative hip hop. That's all I'm saying. These are important questions. That's all that shall be answered.
Listen, I'm going to ask. Let me see who brought that up in the track. Oh, let's see. Hold on, Sam. Wait. Oh yeah, shouts out ATM3. You already know it's man. He said, "What up, Thought Crime?" Shouts out to you. Let's see. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Crowley had an influence. That whole Ye era, Rick Owens, Crowleyism era. That's that birds and the bees, black skinheads, white skinheads. There is no color. All this other stuff. They got a lot of that stuff going on, but I do see a lot of people, they argue cases for Crowley. I never hear the same type of tenacity brought forth about Pascal Beverly Randolph.
Well, people don't know that if you go to Vedic astrology, Aleister Crowley has Purva which Purva can awaken the spirituality in other people, even if they're perverted. So, when it comes to Aleister Crowley, he really just remixed things that already existed and butchered it. Even when it came to being a magician and doing occult rituals to call in demons. Number one, if your frequency and vibrations are very low, calling in demonic forces is not a good idea because you can become possessed. So he was doing a lot of things that I personally think was quack, and if you was someone, if you was really about that life, you wouldn't still be breathing just like at the time, just like Pascal Randolph. In fact, a lot of Randolph work got taken and reused and repurposed by Aleister Crowley. Even when you're talking about sex magic, that people talk about a lot. That's something that Pascal Randolph came up with, and he also went to different tribes and different spiritual groups around the world that wouldn't let a lot of the white guys and other Europeans in because they didn't trust them. Pascal Randolph was able to get to the information, and also with sex magic, it wasn't about possessing another human's energy. It really was about using sex for healing properties and a lot of other things that people don't do, not for dominating other people or using the female vessel as a tool for power. So there's a lot of things that, goes into this, and also there were a lot of beefs within the Hermetic order with Aleister Crowley because some people felt like he was stealing their shit, List goes on and on and on and on and on.
Well, you know what, POCC, if you get a chance, you can always call in, but I still disagree with you 152%. You can add 48%, but I'm open to the conversation. But no, I've read enough on him that, no, the guy was wild. And you got to look at the circle of influence, too, by the way. Not only that, even some of the stuff that we're seeing right now within the Hollywood elite parties. I mean, when we talk about it, elite, that's, let's just say this, the clique, all right? There's nothing elitist about it. It's their own clique. And
he's Nature Boy.
Yeah.
Just put it.
Yeah, it's children was involved.
Aleister
Dead
Crowley.
bodies was involved. There was a lot of things that was actually documented. He's quite well documented. There is no misunderstanding about who the man was.
Aleister Crowley.
Right? There's a misunderstanding about the origin of the knowledge.
Aleister Crowley is Nature Boy.
There you go.
And a lot of people who be trying to delve into comedic knowledge be losing their mind.
They do.
I don't know what the fuck they be doing.
You know what they doing. That's what I said.
What the hell they be doing?
Even Jay-Z dipping his toe in it. They will not leave him alone now. I was fucking around.
They said, no, we on your head top, Jay.
Yeah. The clique is very real, but like I said before, you got to think about what is it that they're exactly marketing to the general public, right? They market things to the general public like we saw early on with Lady Gaga, right? With the camera, and then they had what was it, some of the iconography they was using around Sasha Fierce, and whether these artists know it or not, even when 2 Chainz talked about after a while he had to take control of his sets because he's like, man, they're putting all types of crazy symbology all over my stuff, and he thought people were getting at him like, man, 2 Chainz didn't join them folk, and he's like, nah, man, I just came in and started filming. They told me to start talking. And that happens quite often, but you also got to think on the other side of it, what had came out in the files and everything. So it has to be appealing in a way to motivate you to get into a space or want to aspire into a space. This is why a lot of times, I don't, to those people that may be in the chat, a lot of times when you get up on some of these people, they always try to give you some enlightenment talk, to gain you, like you should be happy to be in the space with this creepy billionaire.
First of all, enlightenment can come in 1-2 ways. You can fuck with somebody for years and then be enlightened that they're a pedo.
Yeah. There you go.
Enlightenment don't always mean
man. It's not what you
something
think.
Fucking positive.
Nah, it's not what you think, man.
It's knowledge. It's you're finding out something that you did not know before. Number 1. 2, remember, the Rosicrucian order was already started in Europe. What Pascal did, he opened up the first chapter in the United States. A lot of his works, he also went by other names and titles, but from his own mouth and for some people who read books on him and written about him, they say he was actually murdered, and there's still controversy behind that because in occult orders, if you commit suicide, you can't be of the enlightened because you are already supposed to know about what it means. The 8th house, occultism, esoteric studies, so you should not be anyone that would go in that route. So because of that, they pretty much erased him from history because, again, in occult orders, you cannot commit suicide. That's one of the things you are not supposed to do. And so, but again, the reality of the situation is a lot of people felt that Pascal Randolph was set up and he was murdered. I personally don't think he killed himself.
No, it's not something he necessarily believed in. But also, you got to keep in mind there was a close friend on his deathbed said that I did indeed murder Pascal Randolph. Good night. And then he checked out, right? Also, yes, Chris, Alfred C. Kinsley was a student of Crowley. Yes, Kinsley, and was a Hugh Hefner was an apprentice and a student of Kinsley, and he went on to start at Playboy Mansion. Now, you saw what happened with Playboy. They were caught up in trafficking rings, although not the entire details of just how expansive that dark organization was never really came to light. But you guys did see, they gave you a bit of it when they showed you where the mansion was centrally located, and then how you had tunnels going from the Playboy Mansion to Burt Reynolds' home, or you had tunnels going to other celebrity homes as well. Yeah. Again,
it's a secret society. All we ask is trust.
It's a secret society. Yeah. All we ask is trust. All that.
Yeah, and a lot of times
loyalty.
That is true.
And also, we're gonna bring in the Dummies Cauldron. Be More. She's about to come in and speak on this as well soon.
Yeah, even in that one, loyalty. Oh, Kendrick Lamar had all that BDSM blindfold daredevil shit at the beginning. I said, all right, nigga, I guess we up there now, are we? A long way from Compton. Yeah, P. Diddy said, look, I mean, the jokes run the gamut with P. Diddy because it's black folks. So we always snap and we roast, we got jokes. But, when you think about some of the other individuals, even you saw with Hugh Hefner, it was a far more globally expansive operation. And usually, even when we're bringing up some of these people, it's tied into these trafficking rings. You know?
And also, just to say this, occultism doesn't have to go into, disgusting people like the Epsteins and stuff. But it can go into those things, too.
Yeah, it's just that we're talking about...
it really depends.
Yeah, when we talking about Uncle Fester here. Not necessarily the cleanest guy, but yes.
No, yeah. In fact, a lot of people have lost their mind on some Nature Boy stuff. Look, people got to understand, proceed with fucking caution, okay? You let people program your mind and play with your sense of self, you're going to be lost, just like the people who was following Jim Jones, like the people who was following Aleister Crowley, like the people who was following Blavatsky, like the people who were following whatever nut job you want to talk about, Well,
what do you think about the idea that, let's talk about the aspect of pop culture, right? and how pop culture in itself, all of this stuff is usually everywhere. I mean, it's all in cartoons. It's Gravity Falls is all over Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon. But what do you think about the idea that just on a subconscious level, like we all have been groomed to have all of these symbols and symbolisms just floating around in pop culture?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back even to ancient times, like some tribes in Europe and Africa and Middle East and different things like that. Some people did child sacrifices. It's not to say every single culture did, but
most of them did.
There were a lot that did that.
Yeah,
so you still have people who
believe in it,
have yet to dust that off, and they still are allegedly a part of a lot of occult orders. Like even when you're talking about what was in the files, what you said, Jeffrey Mix files,
the Jiffy Mix, they call them the Jiffy Mix files. Not gonna get me YouTube. I don't care what y'all say.
You see, it connects to everything, and.
Right.
Again, this doesn't mean people should be afraid of occult studies or esoteric knowledge. You want to know what you're paying attention to, because everything can have a good meaning or inverted. Like Ganesh, for example, positive blessings and prosperity. You had dark occultists that switched it up into a swastika. And people forget that with
you saw how lazy that was. Look how lazy. Let's talk about how lazy they were. They just turned it sideways.
But it's transmutation, and
alchemy.
It goes into alchemy. You could turn something that is of the light into the dark, and something from the dark into the light. Mm-hmm. This is where something that may have started off bad or negative turned into a positive, or something that was supposed to be a positive and good, that is alchemized and transmuted into something negative, which we see that happen all the time. A simple way to see this is even with words, right? The N word with an ER is supposed to be negative. Some people felt they transmuted into a positive with it being NIGGA. And some people are like, I don't want to transmute nothing with that word, right? There are certain violations that have been used to help society. Henrietta Lacks, she was violated. That her cells, she did not sign no contract or a agreement. Shout out to her family that finally got the money and the things that they deserve. But that's a negative that has been used to create modern medicine, a lot of modern medicine for society. Now, you also have a double-edged sword, because some people feel like if the origin is horrific, it does not justify the conclusion. That's how some people feel. They feel like, look, if the foundation is on evil grounds, then the foundation needs to be broken.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes,
some people feel that way.
Look into, okay, those people that do feel like that, they'll try to rework it and undo a curse. That's actually kind of like, just on a basic level, that's what you're seeing with reparations, right? That's a conversation it keeps coming up, because they're talking about, how the country necessarily started, that there's always conflict, there's always division, and there's always going to be strife because of what the foundation of it was built on. And that is true. That is genuinely true. So it's kind of like, how you start sometimes can be how you end it. But in the process, the journey or the experience, sometimes people, they can kind of play a little dumb, like, I don't understand why all of this is happening. But it is, predicated on like how you kind of start things, the initiation, what is our driving force into this situation. And you're seeing it carried out in pop culture and politics, and just what you're seeing fundamentally. So if we just use an example of something like 2024, B. Moore did an excellent job. She broke it down, and she's going to be stepping on the mic pretty soon. But B. Moore did an excellent job breaking down about the prospects of what's going to be taking place leading into the 2024 election, Jupiter and Gemini, kind of the same trends that happened with George Bush and Al Gore, Mr. Lockbox Al Gore. You guys remember Al Gore? He was a walking, living planeteer with upside-down charts. And America said at the time, we kind of considering it, but also at the same time, maybe not. Now, remember, there was supposed to be some funny George Bush math that had taken place, right? Why? Because the election became, it was hanging chads with Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, who was George Bush's brother. Now, George Bush's brother, Jeb Bush, allegedly was supposed to be the son that was actually supposed to run, but he got stuck down there in Florida. Now, this time around, Jupiter and Gemini, once again, you saw the situation with Starlink, Elon Musk, some funny Trump and Musk numbers online, and now some of the quote-unquote progressives and liberals and independents have been kind of trying to allude that something may have taken place or taken place to 2024.
Who was over there? Ashley Clear, who was over there,
Yeah.
basically told everyone that the election was stolen, and that she believed Elon did what he did. And also to add further into what we're saying here, when it comes to occult circles, even atheists who claim, and we're talking about people who are in them ivory towers, not like an everyday person who claims to be an atheist. But look at a lot of the atheists still adhere to occult orders. Bill Maher is supposed to be an atheist. He's not supposed to care about, the Israel and Gaza stuff, about promised land or biblical things. Who cares, right? Because he's an atheist, but he did care. And he's supposed to be an atheist. And in fact, even if you look at the Jeffrey files, in the Jeffrey files, you had a lot of scientists who claimed to be atheists, who claimed to not believe in the occult societies and circles. It's revealed that some of them are actually a part of those occult circles, number one. And number two, they were up there doing business with people who had a lot of quacky, zany spiritual beliefs. So a lot of people do what we call they put mask on, okay? These people, a lot of them, they pretend to be one thing, and behind the scenes, in the shadows, they are doing something completely different, making different type of power moves, while they want all of you to believe in the mask that they wear. Okay? This is why when people come into the chat, they be like, I don't believe in none of this. It doesn't matter if you believe in it or not. The Supreme Court does. Okay? The scientists and technocrats that you think are just atheists are in the Jeffrey Mix files, making deals based off of occult beliefs and also spiritual beliefs. Jeffrey had a lot of crazy, zaned out, not only ideas when it came to eugenics and bad science, but also when it came to spirituality. So this goes on and on and on, where you have a lot of people who have to pay attention to a lot of this stuff. If occultism doesn't matter, then you wouldn't have what the Nazis did, where you're taking Hinduism and some of the beliefs there, and you're transmuted it into your own little Frankenstein. And with that, you're using those symbols and those sigils that have been around for centuries to empower your own campaign when it comes to destruction pertaining to what Nazi Germany was about. And this goes on and on too, because people don't even understand of some of the occult movements that influence the Nazis, even beyond talking about the spiritual belief or religion of Hinduism. There are a lot of things that influence the Nazis as well. From the Eastern world, from the Western world, even when you're talking about runes. So, remember, anything that, even if you create it for the positive, people got to remember, you can always have somebody who's very clever, who's very intelligent, and who can create an inverted effect on something that you created. For example, even if you look at technology, there are certain scientists that created things for the betterment of society. Or even if you're talking about even herbalists, if you even talk about inoculation, that's what created that procedure was created by Africans in Africa, right? You had a slave that was in Boston who taught Cotton Matters how to do it.
Onesimus.
Yes, with Onesimus. Yeah. And eventually, inoculation was turned into a weapon to purposely harm people. There are a lot of people, like in South Africa, where they were purposely given HIV. So a practice that was supposed to build up people's immune system and to help people survive, that was created by tribal people in the continent of Africa, and then also some groups also in Asia, was then inverted. It was turned into a weapon to harm people, and that can happen with anything, even again with words. You can make up a word that could be sweet and nice, and someone can flip it and turn it into something very nasty and mean-spirited, right? So people got to understand, you can never underestimate humans, and you can never underestimate the power of alchemy and transmutation or even occultism, because whether you believe in it or not, a lot of people shape your worldview. I mean, look at how many people who really love Playboy bunnies. They thought Playboy was just an innocent magazine that just was about showing tatas. And that's it. Okay, we want to show the exploration of female sexuality, even though it was still under the power of a representation of a man, right? And people just thought, oh, okay, that's what it is. Free sex, all that. A lot of people didn't know that there were allegations of sex trafficking. A lot of people didn't know in France there was a Playboy magazine with Brooke Shields on the cover, and she was only 10 years old or some crazy crap like that. So a lot of people only see the surface of the iceberg, and that's the problem. That's why you have so many Titanics around the world. People like, yo, I see the iceberg. Oh, ain't nothing there. This is easy. No, you got to look underneath, You got to really examine this stuff, because your naivety and your ignorance is how you get played by a lot of people, whether we're talking about the music industry, the movie industry, politics. And remember, a lot of these people hang out with each other too. So sometimes you don't even see who's behind the scenes playing with your life. You like, I did everything right, I'm doing this and that. You're competing with somebody else who they go to the meetings with these people that y'all don't believe is true or real. So
hear that? So your grandmothers were right. Them people crazy. But anyway, step into the microphone is B More, ladies and gentlemen. Here, hey B More, go ahead.
Hey B More, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Hey y'all.
Hold on here. Let's see something. Wait a minute, 1 second. There you go. Go ahead, say something.
Hey y'all.
There you go. There you go.
Me?
Yes, they can hear you very well.
All right, jumping in, we're doing Aleister Crowley, starting off there. Before we go into the broader scope of the conversation, just what's your personal thoughts on Aleister Crowley?
I definitely think iconic. Regardless if you like somebody or don't, or you align with them. Very popular child. The girls, boys love him. Is this my cup of tea? No.
we know. It's
no.
Definitely a hell no.
But I do think that I heard you speaking earlier about like some of his mantras about awakening the spirituality.
Yeah,
like, there are some people that are just gonna be like that, and it triggers responses in people.
That's what Kanye has and what Kendrick Lamar have. Purvabhada Pada, it just awakens the spirituality in people, whether these people are corrupt or not,
regardless of what you think about them or whatever. I do think that people should study more. I always encourage people to study more of not just occultism but their own religion, because most of the time religions kind of get born out of these occultic spaces and they become more concrete. Like most of the time people, like a religion doesn't like come out of an egg, like a big eagle lays an egg and then we all just was the same religion. Like, no, that's not how that happened. I do think people should study because it gives them a better understanding about what's kind of going on with them. But as far as Aleister Crowley, I do think he's very influential in what we consider modern witchcraft and magical practices, particularly from a Western perspective, so places in North America and places in Europe, and in just in general pop culture, because a lot of people who followed him and then the people who followed his followers were also, a lot of it took place in Hollywood and things of the such. So I do think that because of that, he gets a lot. I can argue that he's more popular than other spiritualists like Blavatsky and other people like that. Like, they mention Blavatsky, but no, he's just popular, and I just think it's just how his chart is set up. And some people are like that. They'll become famous or infamous or whatever.
He's on album covers too.
He is. No, he is. So like, and as far as
Sgt.
like,
Pepper, the Beatles.
yes.
And his
Also
obsession,
Ozzy Osbourne.
his
Yeah.
obsession with Egypt.
Yes. So
Yes.
that's another thing. Let's get into like some of the practices. So before all of this, you know, I'm going to fast track to him being in school or whatever. This time period that we're talking about, because he's born in the 1800s. Aleister Crowley was born in the 1800s, and I think he died in the 40s or 50s, you know, somewhere around there. I might have to brush up on my dates, but he was born in the 1800s. So anywhere between maybe 1700s, but definitely the 1800s up until where we are now is considered modern as far as in for magical or witchcraft practices. And if you look up literature, this is where they're going to document a lot of this stuff. If any of you guys are interested in this, I do have a book club tier. I had just posted a book, and he actually is in the book. So, and if you go to that book that I posted on my book club tier, he's in the modern section. That book gives an overbranching history of witchcraft through history from the Western lens, particularly the lens where people like broomsticks, pointy hats, wicked witch type of stuff, like where all of this stuff came from. It comes from that, going back to ancient world, Middle Ages, where a lot of the stereotype or the iconography that people love or hate comes from, up into modern era and the revival, this is considered a revival. He's part of the revival era. What is it?
Oh no! Also to add to the importance of what you're saying here, because Village Brother brought up borrowing stuff from occult. Just for people to understand, the 8th house deals with occultism and
Yes, it does.
esoteric studies, but the 8th house is also shared resources.
Yes.
This is why you see people, and it's all about transformation. I know it gets on certain people's nerves, but it is a little bit of a cheat code. Someone can go to an ancient tribe, take a sigil that the wisdom is shared to them, right? The information is shared to them. They can take that knowledge and they can transform it into something else, because that is the laws of the 8th house. Once you understand the laws of certain houses, you understand why certain things happen the way that it happens. This is why in occultism and esoteric knowledge and studies, people are giving the free will to transform any type of occult knowledge for the better or for the worse.
Yeah.
Okay?
All I'm gonna say is and let me just say this because I don't need people jumping out the window. Just because you learned something does not mean it's naturally strong in your chart. And I'm not saying that to be smart. You may have a transit where it makes it possible for things to be accessible to you, and then after that time period is over. I just want to say that. So do I think that everybody is going to be doing everything other people do? Please don't do that. And I really mean this. I would not say this because some people got weird clips in their chart. You do something, it triggers the whole gates of hell. And I'm meaning that metaphorically, like not literally gates of hell, but a whole bunch of problems, obstacles, mental pain and anguish come for you. And I'm not saying that so y'all can be afraid. I'm saying that you need to understand what's your path and what's, Aleister path. Okay, so that's his path. He's supposed to be getting into spiritual stuff. Also, as a Purvabhadrapada, they're very excessive because it's the double Jupiter thing. So they're very excessive. There's no barriers, no limit. They're very extremist. And that is part of the problem, which I'll talk about his history. And it is the big problem why he got kicked out of the Hermetic order, why he got kicked out of some of these orders, because he's too excessive. But my point is,
Purvabhadrapadas, extremely indulgent people, can be very obsessive when it comes to occult studies. And again, we've already seen this with certain characters. Even if you look at Ye,
excessive.
Used to be known as Kanye West. Mr. Ye himself is also a Purvabhadrapada.
Remember, he kept a trunk full of pornography.
Yeah,
he
extreme.
Said, he said he couldn't. He said wherever he could. He said he was actually obsessed, and he was obsessed with women that looked like Kim Kardashian.
The pornography part to Prince is from his Marigashira. So he's a dose of a lot of extreme.
Extreme personalities.
Marigashira men can be very obsessive when it comes to sexuality and sex, and then Purvabhadrapada people can go overdose when it comes to occult studies. And we've seen, to your point with we've seen him overdose on both.
And you remember Kendrick also rapped about having sexual addictions as well on Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers.
I'm still gonna give pervas sexual problems because they're very extreme too.
Yeah, it talked about excessive.
They're both like, you got both of those nakshatras, and I'm gonna be honest, they're men too, so that matters. I think people just be like, oh, we all have the same placements. The vessel you're born in matters based off of how you're going to react to the said planets, and I will argue the dharma of that society or the rules of the society you're born into. So all of that matters, but I do notice a lot of times where men and women have similar placements and there's just not a similar reaction based off of just the vessel that they have. Y'all can do with that information whatever y'all want to, but just understand, like, and it does make a difference. It's really not the same.
The ruler is definitely going to show you how it manifests, because wherever the ruler is of that particular nasatra is very important. So with Ye, you see the extremes of everything when it comes to him, from his Marigashira to his Purvabhadapada.
Yes.
And even his sexuality with what he did with the women he's drawn to, whether you talk about Kim Kardashian,
the femme fatale, which is very Purvabhadapada. Even all of the women, like the Kim, I think, what's his next, the new wife name?
I can't remember.
I think her name is like something with the B.
Bianca.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bianca.
They both kind of have this type of look, and almost like the whole femme fatale, or like outside of what will be acceptable femininity to be presented as.
He did that with Amber Rose as well.
The same thing.
Yeah,
so like there's an
the
attraction to that, and that's different than being a woman with Purvabhadapada and a man with Purvabhadapada. And I'm gonna give y'all one more. It's different depending on what you're attracted to. So it's different if you're a man with these placements and you're attracted to men, or you're a woman with these placements and you're attracted to women, or whatever.
With Aleister Crowley, he was bisexual.
Yeah, so
he was a bisexual male who indulged in both.
Let's get into it. How his life is. I was reading a comment, somebody was like, and he was a light fairy. I don't know what y'all was reading, but and now if y'all want y'all I'm sorry, yes. I'm not trying to make fun. I'm not trying to make fun, because he is in a lot of pop culture and stuff like that, so maybe they got their hands on something. But I bust out laughing. I said, woo, no, that man was really off the hook. So
very off the hook.
A lot of his studies where he gets involved in this, because I think he started in college in like 1896. Like I said, the modern era of witchcraft, and this is part of the revival of witchcraft and esoteric knowledge in the West, because it goes dormant. The Middle Ages take a good part of it, and they also create a dormancy at some point. This is also why astrology stops to be taught in college. It used to be taught in college. I actually have some textbooks from the 1800s, but anyway, it's no longer taught at that point. So now we have to have a revival. Aleister Crowley, to his credit, is a part of the revival. So in like 1890, he goes to college. He's studying philosophy. That is when he gets introduced to certain people, and this is how he snowballs into the meeting different orders or whatever. So first he gets into the order, the
Hermetic order
of the Dawn,
which was definitely a big deal.
Even his brother-in-law was in there. Yeah. Now, does the Freemasons exist this? Yes, because the Freemasons were part of the inspiration in that. So was the Rosicrucians. They were also part of the inspiration. Here in the Golden Dawn, they do what we call high magic or ceremonial magic. Stuff that you would see, and this is just for people who they're looking at it and they want to know, like, what does that mean? High magic, ceremonial magic. So stuff that you see when people talk about like the Kabbalah, very intricate ritual spells. It's like, it's not nothing like, how can I say? It's very different than folk magic, or folk magic is the magic of the people. It will always come from the underclass or just the lower regular people. From nature. Yeah, ceremonial magic a little bit different. You got everything just propped up. So like when you see people talk about like Kabbalah, got all these little moving parts, and
it's very structural based.
Yes. So he joins there. He's loving it, right? And I'm gonna just I have to what is it? Is it trunk or whatever? Truncate. There you go.
Truncate, yeah.
I have to truncate some of this stuff because it's a few years between we get to this. Mm-hmm. So in the order, again, he's doing his studies, but there are some issues and rips. People do not like him. So when people talk about something, he was a fairy. No, baby, they did not like that man.
They didn't like him because
they didn't like him.
He was a nut job and he was a thief.
He was a nut job, a thief, but they also felt like he was immoral. He was debauched.
He was
Even
very
in
aggressive.
college,
Yeah.
they had records of him paying for prostitutes. And they also think maybe one of his teachers, and this is like in college, not like as a little kid. In college, let me say this because I'm not trying to like wear nobody out, but in college, one of his teachers. And like early on in his like I guess spiritual journey was his first lover, and it was a man or whatever. But yes, he would play for prostitutes. Even when he got to the Order of the Dawn, they felt like he was debauched. What they call like, if you look up like libertine and you look up like Marquis Sade and what is that book he wrote? The book is off the hook. I'm not, if y'all are sensitive, don't read that book. The book is really like gross, okay? But if you're interested in just historical purposes, very libertine, okay? So like he outside, body outside, nothing's off limits. He does get taught, eventually he gets like an apartment, and he does have a spiritual teacher that teaches him the ceremonial magic. It's also heavily influenced by Kemet. Most of the Golden Dawn's religious practices, or a lot of their gods, are based off of Kemetic gods.
Thoth is a very important figure
their
in their
main
order.
Go ahead.
No, just that's very. He's a central deity in their order.
Yes, their main deity is, if I remember correctly, I think it's Newt, and it's basically the goddess you see. She's painted blue and she has all those stars on her, and she's like bent over. Every time that's her. Okay, so most of the time you see her around somewhere, that's her. Okay, so that's their main god or whatever, or the deities that they choose to work with ritual practice, ceremonies, and things like that. Now, in the Golden Dawn, they are almost like 3 steps. The first step, you kind of come in, they're like doing stuff, so you learn like about the basics, also like astrology. The second step, you go to like astral work, like astral projection, then you go up to the third step, right? So in the first step, he was supposed to be moved up, and I guess in degrees, similar to like the Masons, right? Also, this takes place in London, so let me just say this. So he's supposed to move up. Nobody likes him because they feel like you dirty, you sleep with everything, you have no morals, we don't like you. They tell him in the branch in London, we're not going to promote you, okay? We don't like you.
And also, let me tell you why they were right. Even though I'm not saying I mess with the Hermetic order either, but let me tell you why they are right. That whole free fall thing is nonsense. When you're in occultic circles and you're trying to conjure up demons and all this other stuff, if your frequency is very debauched, it's easy for your vessel to be controlled. People who work their way up to a higher frequency is you can't be controlled. I'll give you an example, right? Let's just even do like something like honeypot situations, right? If you're a man or a woman who have sexual discipline, it's not going to be easy for someone to try to get you with that particular way of control. You know, they can't put a beautiful woman in front of you. They can't put a handsome man in front of you. Even if they go with what your type is, if you're more suspicious, more analytical, you're like, what is this about, right? If your frequencies are lowered and if you are debauched, you can be controlled by many different entities, both physical and also not from the earthly plane.
You know, you're right about that. And also, B-Moy, and great points. And the reason why B-Moy, she's on fire here. Again, subscribe to the Dummies Cauldron and join her Patreon. She goes even further into a lot of these topics as well. But also, B-Moy, you know, one of the things that you highlighted, and I always found funny, I think Aleister Crowley he was a wild character.
He's wild. No, he's very wild.
But they do say in history, pay attention to the people who were around the person. And it's a known fact about how highly dislikable he was. He was even, they said that, it's like a thought thief. You know,
yeah.
But he'd take
but
people's
that's why
ideas.
they didn't like him. They didn't want to promote
ideas,
them.
Yeah, and say like, "Oh, I came up with that."
No, you didn't. And they were all fighting. They felt like he was immoral, debased, like nothing was off.
Yes.
Off the table.
What is his book of the law? And he had the
we'll get into that because we'll get into his own theory because then he had to make his own theory because he got the boot. But let's build up to why he got the boot or whatever, right? So they're like, You think we want to promote you? We won't, boo. Take that on, right? Go back to level 1 and you're staying there. So you know what he does, right? How he gets into the order, if I remember correctly, I think one of the founders, there's 3 founders. I think his name was Samuel Mather or Maher, something like that. Like, he got a lot of names in the middle. So Samuel something Mather, whatever. And he goes to France because France has a lot of like occultic things that goes on with them too.
Yes, yeah.
He goes to France and he's like, Sam, they won't in London. They will not even promote me, my brother. And he said, oh, I got you, Shaka Buku. I'm going to raise your thing. So he, the founder, one of the founders of this order, gives him the promotion to the next degree. The London office finds out about this. They start going back and forth. Now, mind y'all, if y'all study world history, y'all know that the Brits and the French is not the first time they didn't like each other. Right. Okay? This is not the first time that they had smoke. So I know this was just like a powder keg.
Yeah, people forget. Remember what happened when the Brits and France went to war with each other, and also both sides were backed by the Rothschilds, and the Brits ended up winning. People sold their bonds because they thought the French was going to win. Yeah. And that's when the Rothschilds bought up all the bonds, and the rest is history. Yeah,
so they were mad because they said, why would you undermine us and promote him?
They said, we don't like him.
We don't like him. You don't even know what he's doing over here. He just came and cried to you, and then you promote him.
Because they thought Crowley was a pig.
He was, though.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Fairly so, based off of what their feel like the standards were. If he's based off of what he was doing and how they felt, he was a pig.
He's a very obnoxious character. I mean, that's why, to your point, not trying to be funny. Again, when we open up the lines, people have the opportunity to speak. But it does crack me up when people do have like a view of him that's just it's what Hollywood promotes.
Now, this doesn't mean that every Purva Bhattacharya is going to be a pig like Aleister Crowley. Again, where your Jupiter is, where your
again, don't try this at home thinking that you're gonna have the same response.
It depends.
It really depends.
There are
y'all.
some Purva Bhattacharya people who are more classy. In fact, some of the founders and people who were who had a more stricter process was actually a part of the Hermetic order were also Purva Bhattacharyas.
Or the guy who started Jehovah's Witness, he was a Purva Bhattacharya.
They were simply just more disciplined in their order versus Aleister Crowley, who was a very debauched Purva Bhattacharya person.
It wasn't a one set all because, like y'all both brought up, both Kendrick and Kanye have the moons and they don't act the same.
No,
they got some similar themes.
They have
similar themes, but they don't act the same.
Yeah. So after all of this created a lot of tension. So then I'm gonna have to fast forwarding y'all because this is happening over the course of years, right? So they had their own temple in I think London, yes. So they had their own temple. Why the heck did Aleister and Samuel or Sam Maher, however you say his name, they came over there and tried to take over the temple and say basically y'all out, because he was riding with one of the founders, right? Because it was 3 founders that started this. He said y'all all have to get out. It got so bad they had to take this to court, and there's a whole court documents about this. The judge was like, listen, I don't give a who started this order. They rented the property. This is their property. Y'all can't come in from France with your dirty feet and try to take up over everything. It was so bad. After that, then Sam and Aleister were expelled. At this point, this is also how we start to get, once he gets expelled, this is how we get dilemma. So when we talk about do what thy wilt, that is his own practice of dilemma, about following your own will, your own conscience, is doing what you want to do. But you see how he started after this bull crap he started really back at home. Then he want to make his own religion, like don't listen to nobody, do what you want. Like be serious.
Do what thou will is a FU to the Hermetic order. Is a FU to the Hermetic order. I'm gonna do what I want to do. I could be sloppy and bad built. I could be a pig. Who cares? Whatever type of magic I want to do, I'm gonna do it my way. And that was his middle finger to the Hermetic order. Although Later, there will be great consequences for him by not having any structure, because eventually he just dressing up as anything, not wiping his own ass.
Yes. Well, he had a time period where he was obsessed
really
with Scottish culture, and so he used to wear a kilt all the time, and he used to call himself like a laird or like a lord.
Yeah.
And he used to walk around in the Scottish regalia. This is this serious. They say he was obsessed with Scotland, which is kind of interesting, seeing that like the Scots and the British and the other people on different isles have, you know, but yes, he was obsessed with Scotland. So he used to dress up and like, I guess, pretend to be Scottish.
Well,
I don't know.
He also thought he had powers of demons, and he thought he was a demon.
Well, let's get into.
And Aleister Crowley eventually started to think of himself as a deity.
Also, be more, you know, for the statement, "Do what thou wilt." What is it? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Yes. So if everyone does what they want, there is no law. Like, let's start with common sense. I will also
do what thou wilt. That shall be the whole.
You're mad because you got took to court.
Nah. We just gonna do what we want.
But the other thing I'll say too, also during his practices before he started Dilemma in his own thought, what he was taught also about ceremonial magic, it was taught in conjunction with taking drugs to trigger spiritual advancement, which is popularized in a lot of religions or a lot of spiritual practice. All of them don't do that. But there's a lot of spiritual practices that use drugs to simulate or basically fast track. So when people enact this is the modern day version of it, just so y'all understand what I mean. When people be like, I'm about to go do ayahuasca, that's what they're doing.
Which is also, this is very important about the different philosophies here. Pascal Randolph's philosophy was the complete opposite. He did not believe in people using drugs
to trigger spiritual responses,
to fast track into spiritual experiences.
Yeah,
he felt that the human spirit was powerful enough to transcend without relying on drugs through meditations and different things like that. He also eventually did not believe in people going into hypnosis as well.
Yeah, he didn't believe in giving over your free will like that.
Pascal Randolph's number one rule was, you do not give away your free will to anyone and to any entity. You do not give away your free will. You do not give away your sense of self. The human spirit is strong enough to transcend without any alteration on drugs or different things like that for you to go to a higher level of elevation. Again, we're not talking about herbs that help with the human body, that's good for your health, because he also was health conscious in that way. But he said his rule, never give your soul away to anybody, never give your spirit away to anyone, and do not be a worshiper of people here on this earthly plane. You have to believe in yourself and your own spiritual connection to the higher forces.
Also, just to say this too, and again, respectfully, you know, it's Pascal, like we talking about Mr. Do What Thou Will. I do whatever the fuck I want. You got to keep this in mind. That's why, you know, I wouldn't have such a fixed mindset. Just kind of, if you are interested in like just reading these different cultures, because in different cultures, you know, whether we're talking about Egypt or Nigeria, they took in or they use certain natural herbs that would be classified as drugs today through their recreational or ritual practices too. So you go around globally, everybody has different rules and things of that nature. But now to the point about the drug usage.
Yeah.
This is where you get into Will Smith doing ayahuasca 27 times. Jesus. Talking about it don't work. Like, bro.
Well, and that's why
drug
use is a major thing in Hollywood, because a lot of them do believe in the Aleister Crowley way. And I'm glad you brought it up also, Prince. You have tribes who did ceremonial magic, and they did use their own forms of drugs and herbs for
lotus
that
flower and things like
ceremony. But it wasn't an everyday occurrence.
Laying on their side.
It wasn't an everyday occurrence. Oh, I want to speak to Archangel Michael. Let me get high. You know, I'm like, low. And this is also something that Pascal learned from different tribes. Because remember, because he was mixed, he was half black, half white. So a lot of indigenous groups around the world, black indigenous groups,
they felt safe.
Asian, whatever, they felt safe with Pascal. And Pascal was a super smart guy, very disciplined. He spoke multiple languages. He was also someone who was a doctor in his own right. He just knew how to. He was multifaceted, multi-talented. One of the reasons why the Rosicrucian orders entrusted him to open up the first chapter in the United States, because he's a very brilliant man.
Yeah.
His biggest mistake is trusting ops
Yeah.
who were jealous and envious of him. But remember, the reason why Pascal Randolph was never spread wildly in Hollywood, because that means David Bowie and the rest of them wouldn't have, been on the whole drug train, because David Bowie is another one who looked up to Aleister Crowley.
He did.
Aleister Crowley being the foundation of spirituality for Hollywood is why so many of them be in bad contracts, drugged up, sexed out, passed around, used,
specifically
exploited.
The people who follow like the Lemma, and maybe even people who follow like the Golden Dawn too, because he learned those techniques from them as well, about like the drugs, using drugs to trigger certain things, like trigger almost like trance-like states or meditative states. Is everyone going to be good at meditation? No, because like you hear people like, okay, even if we just talk about like the major religions we have now, we have people who be like, I be trying to pray, I get bored, I be trying to pray, I go to sleep. So like people taking drugs to trigger, like to make me focus on praying, or trance like states to trigger all of these spiritual things. So
to
this thing,
induce the consciousness.
and I'm saying this as like what we would talk about in modern times, right? This is what they're doing, okay? So like trying to trigger the mind to do that. Is everyone's mind really set up like that? No. And you actually, believe it or not, you could tell sometimes with people, it comes a bit easier for them to be like that with no stimulation, no uppers, no nothing. They actually, if you ask them to pray, or like they just will lock in and start doing it.
To add to your point, some people, it could be a smell. Some people, depending on their chart, depending on who they are as an individual, a smell can trigger something spiritual for them.
Yes.
Whether we're talking about a flower or something like that. For some people, it could be drinking tea. Like some people, they just drink a little bit of parsley, and it can. But then for other people, like you said, sometimes it's easy for them to go into a meditative state. But then others, they can have a lot of blocks. Maybe they're an overthinker. Maybe their mind rambles on too long. And some other things where they feel they need something more charging in order to get them to that place.
I agree. I mean, I'm not really judging people if that's what y'all want to do. Like, also the new thing is too, people trying to microdose like with stuff. I'm not really judging people because it's not me, not my body. There's no sugar boogers in me. Okay. I'm not judging people about that. The only thing I'll say, because we actually have like more information for people who think that this is something they want to do or try. Number one, sometimes mental illness can be triggered by drugs. I'm not trying to come for nobody.
A lot of times,
I'm not trying to be smart. I'm not trying to be a hater. So let's start with that. Next, do your family have an issue or history of mental disorders? Anything from anxiety to whatever else they have, right? Explosive behaviors, whatever, right? Number 3, are you even physically healthy to even do all of this? Because it's like what Prince was telling me. He made me laugh. He said, but some of y'all do not even have drug bodies like that. Like your family have bad knees, bad hearts. I don't know why y'all are over there. Not trying to come for nobody. But if that's something that you're going to do on your own, and you feel like this is something you're called to do, because again, different charts, different strokes, different people, y'all need to make sure y'all even have a good fly zone. Like, y'all know your health not up there. You got asthma and y'all popping everything in your mouth.
Also, to answer some of the super chats, yes, Crowley definitely influenced the furthering of the left-handed path. Ariel said, didn't Crowley travel with the Beatles?
Yeah, so in it, because he's really big. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just to say this, and I want you to continue. Okay, Victory. The Order of Nine Angles. They actually was and be more. She'll further break down a lot of this, but they had they rejected a lot of Crowley's teachings because the Order of Nine Angles was an inherently violent organization founded in the 1970s, and what they wanted to do was promote it. Neo-Nazism, Nazism. They wanted to do what they call repugnant acts in society. They want to break the structure of society and they actually felt Crowley's teachings, although like B Moore's talking about and Sin's talking about how like stinky he became, but Crowley's teaching, they felt it was too traditional for them. So they
So
would.
you see the babies are even wilder than
There's always gonna be somebody wilder than you.
So they were overtly rejecting. Some of them, like Sin is stating, they did take into what he was stating, but ultimately, overall, the Order of Nine Angles rejected Crowley because they said we want to break society. They wanted to break all social norms, and they lived in the acts of crime, passion, and violating humans' rights too.
And also, usually people who do that, their brain be cracked too. Just remember.
Well, most of the little Nazi
when you being a demon, you're like, yo, the Solomon lesser keys and all that, and your frequency is low.
Right.
You may not realize it, but you already gone.
Yeah, but
you cannot be of low. The reason why in occult circles or even in religion or spirituality, if you notice, people of higher frequencies are able to directly interact with lower frequencies without becoming corrupted. We saw that with Jesus, which will later become Christianity. We saw that even with when it came to Buddhism and how it was created, right? We've even saw that with even when you're talking about angels, right? When people go into Christianity, they talk about angels. Well, why can angels deal with demonic forces? Or even in Hinduism, why do Shiva and other deities control and command demonic forces? Well, because they are of higher frequency. People who go into lower frequencies, and I mean with your own sense of self, they think that they're controlling or commanding demons, but really demons are controlling and commanding them.
Shouts out to Victory. Yeah, just to answer that, but yeah, they went further and they wanted to break, because he did overall, and this is what B Moore's talking about, he did talk about free will. He did go into some other stuff, but they wanted to break even that concept. They wanted to restrict.
But he laid the groundwork for
right.
that. Do it thou will.
All that chaos.
My do it thou will. I want to kill.
And they said, "Well,
I'll kill with love."
And they were like, "That ain't far enough."
That's how you get into Charles Manson.
Yeah,
how Charles Manson, he said preach about love, but he also
taking lives,
brainwashing people to murder people, and then try to blame it on black people.
Yeah.
Blame the murders on black people. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, there was no blacks in the making of this film.
No,
no, it was not.
So they bled specifically into neo-Nazism in the 70s as well. So they eventually become also a terrorist organization.
I can see that.
But yeah, you can go ahead, be more.
As far as then the other question about Crowley and the Beatles, he passed away around the 40s. So let's start with that. But my point is, but Crowley, he is a part of the revival era.
Yes.
So and that's why I said, what is modern witchcraft from a Western perspective? So people who live in like Europe, the States, again, I would have to like on my book club tier, there will be a whole separate thing about African influences as it pertains to witchcraft or spiritual practices, Asian, and I'm saying this in general because this is like general concepts, like even during the burning times, which would be like when they were burning witches at the stake, quote unquote, or basically charging people. Those are called the burning times. Every European country did not have a witch hunt, and sometimes the witch hunts came a lot later than other countries. The hot spots for that was England, of course, you already know. Italy is another one, and the United States. So the view on that is different. So when we get to places like Scandinavia, those people coming in to charge people for witchcraft or sometimes the trials never even made it in there because these people they were Christian, but they didn't have the same views. Also, and I will get onto a lot of that later.
Also,
but
keep in mind, some of the witch trials were demonic in itself, because if you was a healer, let's say you were a scientist for your day and time. You just didn't call you that at the time. So you came up with herbs that help people with their stomach ache and all that. Someone can then point at you and say you was a witch, and you can get burnt at the stake or drowned, tortured to death. So ignorance does not mean heavily elevation.
No.
You can say all you want that you rep God and angels, but when you're killing people because of being superstitious, you don't got none of your facts right. You see somebody help somebody with their tummy ache, oh yeah, off with their head. You are a part of the problem, because you are basically saying you can give judgment as of God but then you're ignorant and you're not all knowing, and also you're also fear based. So anytime you make a decision based off of fear, it's probably going to be a crappy decision.
Yeah, I mean, I could go into like the history of like the witch hunt, or what we consider the witch hunt. How the accusations that are popularized around witches, witchcraft, with like doing strange witch rituals, the killing or weird dynamics with children, like, you know, children killings, and it's one of the a big accusation of witchcraft is witches making men's dicks limp, or they're impotent. Like, you got ED, and I'm like, that's what a witch got me. You know, that's why my PP don't work. So
People
that
put things together to do that, but you have to consume it. But that could be anybody. So
no, but I'm just saying, like,
know.
you could just be at home,
Yeah.
and your PP don't work, and you like, it was a witch, and then this could trigger a whole investigation.
You have a
things
health
like
issue.
things like worshiping a goat's head in like these strange places.
Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting part, and we could get into the whole history of this. This was the accusations that the Romans also made against the early Christian era. Against them, they say Christianity is the religion of slaves and women. They're in these caves being weird. They're worshiping donkey heads.
That's what
And
happened.
I feel like it's interesting because after they started whooping the Cathars' asses, and that was all done away with, they said we need someone else to purge, and so they turned to this whole mythos or idea around witches. And the same accusation that Christian, and I'm saying this in general, like through the history of Christianity, there's really no Christian outside running around trying to strangle people at this given point with a witch hunt. But I'm saying, like, historically, what they did is the same accusation they had basically reverse Uno card against other non-Christians, which is interesting because traditionally, if you read the history, this is what they used to say Christians were doing.
Now, this is very important because this is why you shouldn't be going looking for enemies. When the Romans were pagan, and the emperor is the highest form of power, you had people who were a part of the, you could say, military army of Rome that did not agree with that. The reason why Maurice becomes Saint Maurice is because him and his men were ordered to slaughter Christians, but they were the Theban Legion. They were Christians themselves. All right.
Yeah.
I think they were Coptic Christians or something like that. And these men and women came from Egypt and the Sudan. So they were like, no, I mean, we serve the Roman Empire, but we are not going to forsake
Kill our brothers,
our
sisters. Yeah.
spiritual beliefs, right, to serve the empire. So then they got slaughtered, and then eventually in Catholicism in the future, that's how Maurice was turned into Saint Maurice, and then he, you know, he becomes a saint. But it's interesting because Catholicism comes from the same people who origins were not Christian.
Yes.
When you're talking about
Yeah.
the Roman Church and Catholicism, again, these is from a group of people that the origin of Christianity doesn't even come from, because remember, the people of Carthage also who were Christian, many of them had to hide their Christian beliefs
So they don't avoid the persecution of the Romans.
There you
now,
go.
back then in that society, there were multiple religions vying for power. You know, not just Christianity, but other religions that predate Christianity that were vying for power. That changed once Constantine declared himself the emperor of Rome a Christian, and then also said that this will be our religion of the state.
Also,
That changed everything.
real quick,
Okay.
more just to say this, to speak to how influential Crowley is as well, because I know we covering, like, you know, Hollywood and music, but yes, institutions and metaphysics. Jeremy, he said Crowley student was Jack Parson. One of his students was Jack Parson, right? The original founder of NASA. Yes, and
Yes.
Parson was known to have been a devout. Had devout dedication to Crowleyism as
Yes.
well. So yeah,
Yes.
so it's all, yes, it's in the government institutions as well.
And this goes into the point that B-More and I are also bringing up with transmutation. Do you understand that origins of beliefs do not have to stay in the same region? A group of people known as the Romans who were pagans, they were not Christians, eventually now is one of the founders in Western world on Christianity. I want to say this again. A group that were pagans, that were executing Christians are now the authority of Christianity when you talk about Catholicism. Right. This is what we mean by transmutation and alchemy. What starts in one place can end up somewhere else. Someone who is of origin, let's say, of a Christian belief as a society or tribe can eventually become pagans. Someone who was of a pagan origin becomes Christians or one of the Abrahamic religions. It goes, this type of thing goes everywhere around the world. It's all over the place when it comes to occultism and spiritual beliefs.
And most of the time you'll see it's because of government. You know, so if they choose to take on a religion that their people once condemned 75 or 100 or 200 years earlier, somebody resurrects it, and then they said this is going to be the religion of the state as well. But you can go ahead, be more.
Yeah, so that's how that happened. So once we move past that, and this is what we're starting to get from ancient times, and then we move to the burning times I was telling you guys about in the Middle Ages. Middle times are very popular. The people sing about it. People write about it, pop culture, books about witches running and trying to not get lynched and all this other stuff. People love that and eat that up. But that's what that came from. Then that also comes out of what we get in modern era. And this is where Crowley comes out of the revival, the modern era of witchcraft or paganism. And paganism is just any and this is like a loose term because sometimes it's more than one. But in this situation, anything that is pre-Christian era, not Christian based, etc. But I will say too, there are certain forms of witchcraft that is based off of Christianity. So like there are types of witches or spiritual beliefs where when they talk about like they're making pacts with the devil and stuff like that, that's a very Christian concept, like Satan or the devil existing. Everybody who's doing spiritual practices or have their own traditional beliefs, like we're not Christians, or our system didn't even come from that. So we don't have that concept of the devil. So like imagine being charged with talking to a creature, and this is from their perspective, talking to a creature that you don't even know exists. You're just minding your whatever your little ethnic business is, and they're like, you're worshiping the devil, and you're like, who is that? And they tell you it's a goat, and you're like, I have a goat farm. What is this?
People who used to believe in Greek mythology when it was an actual spiritual practice, they're big bad. Some would say the Titans, or some would say Cronus, or actually it can even go into like whatever deity they believe didn't mess with me. So some will say, oh well, Poseidon is the bad guy for me in my set because Poseidon, he doesn't give any blessings to me. Or some people will say Poseidon is our guy because Poseidon gives blessings to us. We pray to Poseidon. So definitely when, like what you're saying, when it comes to different religions and spiritual beliefs, who is the big bad is unique to what that spiritual practice is, right? Yeah. And what that spiritual belief is. And in the Abrahamic beliefs is usually Satan is usually the devil. That is what the human soul and spirit has to wrestle with. Yeah. And with Kemetic spiritual beliefs, it was yourself. You know, when Anubis came, if your soul wasn't balanced, right? If your heart was heavy, more heavy than the feather, then you know you was going to be in some trouble. But it came from your own consciousness, so it was more so, okay, you're fighting with yourself. But then also eventually, even when you talk about Sudan and the Egyptian cultures and different things like that, eventually they even believed in one particular God, all-seeing God, eventually as well. So things switch up.
They change. People change. It migrates because beliefs can be wide-sweeping. You can convert a lot of people. Sometimes people are just interested in studying it, etc. Like we could talk about how in like ancient Greece, they were sometimes like Jewish people that would come into town like as rabbis, and people would be like, oh my, like it was like this popular author or like a popular speaker, and they want to hear what they have to say about their beliefs. Even if they're not Jewish themselves, they want to hear what this rabbi has to say, or I want to hear what this philosopher has to say. And it's
open-minded.
Like open-minded. Yeah, so like this isn't like, and that's why I said I want people to try to maybe study history, because this will actually help them a bit more in understanding like what happened, you know. And as far as in as religion came, like even with the concept of the devil, we don't start to get like more gruesome looks. Like the devil is clearly written in the Bible, and it's translated like Satan as like an adversary, or someone who opposes you, or even someone who slanders or lies against you, right? So someone who's anemic. As we start to like progress to the Middle Ages in Christianity, right, we see him take on more gory looks. So like horns and hooves and all that. He didn't even, like, if you go back before then and try to find like literature on like, let me see what he looked like, that don't exist, because y'all at that point it becomes popularized. But the Middle Ages were also what? The burning times. So we start to get looks. Now some people say that the look of the devil that was popularized in the Middle Ages and the tropes around witches from the Middle Ages, they allude that it was pulled from something like the Horned Man or the Green Man, or these types of ethnic spiritual deities, or ethnic I guess you could say like mythological creatures that come from out like Ireland and the British Isles that predate Christianity moving into the area. And they think that they pull a lot from there, and that there are these pagan festivals that they did before they even came. I don't want to get too far off of this, because I actually do want to go back to like Dilemma and him doing this like headless god ritual.
Yeah, we'll get back to the
but
another time. Go ahead.
That's what they're saying. And so that's why I said, like, I really encourage people, regardless if they are religious or atheists or whatever religion people worship, to actually try to do deep studying. Like, even with like Hinduism and Buddhism, we can also talk about how Buddhists also paved the way for Hinduism to make a revival, because at some point Hinduism was falling so off the rails that the Buddhist monks actually had to go and start to collect all this information to revitalize Hinduism. At some point it was almost obscure, and they had to do all of this work to get this literature back up and running. So I think that's an interesting history. Or we could talk about how Buddhism and Hinduism influences Japanese and other Asian cultures into their spiritual practices of Shinto. You know, that's important. Like those, and it just travels around. Like, look how these types of beliefs are just traveling and traveling and traveling and traveling.
Even with the different diverse forms of astrology, you have Bazi astrology.
Yeah.
You have also Hellenistic. You have Vedic.
Every major religion has performed in astrology. And if y'all be like, not my religion, I can bring you up hard first-hand experience, like first-person accounts, not a second person. Like, I wrote this 100 years after the account.
And because of the language
first
barriers.
person.
Yeah, and a lot of times with language barriers and translations, a lot of times people are reading it through their own book of lives, whether book of life is the Quran, Bible, King James Bible, Ethiopian Bible, whatever the case is, and you're reading right past when they're talking about astrology.
Yes. Yes, like there was times where, like, for instance, like the Jews at one point were getting into this whole thing because they wanted to see the Chaldeans about looking at their charts, and they say, well, is this blasphemous for me to go get my chart read by a Chaldean? Sometimes Chaldeans was also synonymous with astrologer in general.
And that's how we also got Chaldean numerology, and also Pythagoras numerology, but Pythagoras numerology comes straight out of Kemet.
Yeah, we could also talk about, like, up until there's like a gap in it, but they are notable Christian astrologers. Like, one of them is William Lilly, and he has a whole book about Christian astrology. He actually used to use astrology to treat patients with illness.
No,
It's a practice called medical astrology.
People forget, because with astrology it could go into extreme form of mysticism, or people can be practical with it.
Yeah, they just hitting
like,
just numbers. They just crunching numbers all day.
Even when you had Neil with Shannon Sharp, and he said, well, you're not a Cancer, you're this and that. Well, Neil doesn't know, in astrology they actually do constellations where you're not perfectly fitting in the box as a Cancer. When you go into the degrees and the constellations, it shows you a more fine-tuned accuracy. And this also goes into when you go into Vedic astrology with the nakshatras. The nakshatras are constellations. So it's not just, Aquarius. It's not just one particular set zodiac sign. And also, going back into what B-Mar saying about Christianity and some Christians using astrology, a lot of them will go into what you call angelic magic, or angelic sigils, or angelic degrees. So, for example,
they would try to summon angels.
Certain fixed stars are connected to certain angels, whether you're talking about Aldebaran being connected to Archangel Michael, or Regulus being connected to Archangel Raphael, or Antares being connected to Archangel Uriel, or so on and so forth. So there were some Christians that would use astrology to connect and to following the constellations and the fixed stars pertaining to the angels, and that, so, and then there's other people who have Hindu deities be involved in overseeing certain nakshatras or constellations in Vedic astrology. And you even had, man, there was one website, I'm so mad that it's gone, but I know in certain Islamic circles they probably would consider it blasphemy, but there was even an Islamic astrology that they had.
Yeah,
Well,
have
back
And it was
then,
a really dope website that is no longer here, where they would showcase through their Islamic faith the constellations and spiritually what they felt certain degrees meant pertaining to astrology and different things like that.
I actually do like their fixed stars. I actually do. I enjoy it a lot, even their translation. The only problem is because it's being translated to English, sometimes I'm like, I need y'all to read a bit better, my brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, all my brothers that's translating from like Arabic and Farsi and whatever else y'all got, I need y'all to be hitting this language a bit better. But as far as if we go back to like hundreds of years ago, particularly the golden age of Islam, astrology was very relevant. They used to have people come out of town to have these workshops to talk about spiritual practice. And again, they weren't all the same religions. These are different religions coming in, talking to different Muslims about studying different faiths. Just like we talked about, Greece used to have people come in and we used to talk about spiritual concepts or whatever. Now, at some point, astrology does make a big surge in the Islamic world. And again, they say, well, is this blasphemous? You know, are we...
For certain circles, like even when it came to the Moors with their internal beef, the more secular Moors got into it with the more
traditional,
strict Islamic beliefs and that.
Part of the beef was because people, what they were doing, and this is also a part of like a form of ceremonial or high magic. And again, I'm not advocating for y'all to do this because I don't want y'all to say y'all done summon Pennywise. I didn't tell y'all to go outside. I didn't tell you, if I ever put a book on Patreon and it's a book that somebody's made for like spell work or for you to do it, I'm gonna try to make sure for you to read it and understand, like, listen, this person made this book to do whatever. I'm not advocating for you to do it. If you want to just read how they set up stuff, that's your business.
Well, no, to your point, but we are very careful what we post up because we know human nature, and it's unfortunate, but you can't tell everybody everything because some
of y'all have behavioral problems.
People do have behavioral problems.
Like Aleister Crowley.
The first thing they go to do is try to curse someone or harm somebody else.
Yeah, or just do something dumb.
They don't even do like, you would think the first thing would be like, yo, man, how am I gonna get some money?
Nope.
No,
and they never be that.
Without selling my soul. The first thing they do is how I'm gonna kill somebody.
Because they're stepping in there with vengeance. What is wrong with
you? With your dark triad ass.
I'm gonna get them. Yeah.
But anyway, I would never do that. I would just try to, like, you know, I'm not saying I'm against it, because actually now looking at this, I was already considering talking about notable figures and spiritual practices, particularly during the revival period and how we get to this in modern times, like what people believe about witchcraft and spirituality. Even like what certain things that are coming out, something as simple as like certain forms of candle magic that come out of the United States. It's nowhere else. It's just a United States concept that we formulate magic speaking in a type of way that's way different than what we get out of like Europe and other places with what they do. But they started fighting because the Islamic people, they started doing ceremonial magic around astrology. So they would time everything and start doing rituals. Now, they thought that was offensive. Now, I find this interesting because we can argue that that's a lot of what Vedic astrology is linked to with Hinduism, is to make a system for these people to do their religious practices in synonymous with the transits or whatever's going on.
And remember, it's really taboo because you also have the issue with Hindus and with Muslims in India.
I know.
And then you also have the issue with Pakistan, and
it was crazy.
You have that, and then with India, Pakistan and India,
it's a long history.
And then you also have another issue. I had a professor who was an agnostic Muslim. He told me that in that circle, he's like, it depends. There are other Muslims who are very welcoming of him being an agnostic Muslim, but there's other circles that would consider him to, again, blasphemy for him to be an agnostic Muslim. So there is a lot of diversity in the Islamic belief, but depending on what country you go to and stuff, some of it is not recognized. And then you also have the situation with what's going on with India with Muslims and Hindus. Because we met an Indian guy who was Muslim, and he talked about, you know, the issues between Muslims and Hindus in India as well.
Yeah. But as far as in Islam, they do have their own kind of spiritual side. It's called Sufism, and I think someone brought that up in the chat. Yeah, it's called Sufism. And they have their own kind of spiritual things that they go in. So like, again, if you're interested in all of this, almost every religion comes out of occultic practices. What is the progenitor for a religion is occultism. So I don't respect people that are afraid to study things that are going to deeply impact your life, and you say that you want to live by it, and I respect that you want to live by it, baby girl or baby boy, but you need to understand what happened. I don't think it's wise for you to have people lead you on a string, because unfortunately we do have deviants, like we talked about Aleister Crowley. There are some people's chart that they're going to trigger spirituality, or they're going to go into spiritual practices regardless if they're a deviant or not. It's your job. It's your job as an adult, not a child, as an adult, to make sure I'm studying what I'm putting my faith into. I'm using my time, energy, resource, and some of y'all doing rituals with your religion. So y'all doing communion and everything else, and the first sacrament, and getting your Catholic name, and going through your bar mitzvah, everything else. So like, I just feel like y'all should do a little bit more studying instead of doing pitchforky nonsense.
That's why Pascal Randolph said, do not worship any human. When you worship a human, you're giving your free will. You're a slave. You're a dummy slave. That's what happened to the people who was following Jim Jones. They worshipped him. That's what happened when people worship a celebrity and be a super fan. I'm like, that's why we tell people this our Thought Crimes is not no fan page for no fucking celebrity. You can like Drake, Kendrick, Jay-Z, whoever you want, but I'm not worshiping nobody. I like your music, and that's it. When you
we got one person here that likes Aleister. So,
when you worship someone to where you're blind and ignorant, that person can tell you lick their fucking toes, and you get on the fucking floor and lick their fucking toes like people did with Jim Jones, like people was doing with Nature Boy. Like, so you gotta remember, no. You don't worship nobody. You can praise people when they do a great job, when you like their music, when they do something dope, when they have some skills that you think is cool. But you don't go around worshiping people as if you are a freaking dog slave, kissing somebody's ass. No, that's not what you do.
Well, also the other thing is, be more. Other thing that's what's been touched on too is having an open-mindedness. Now, one thing I've always kind of seen, when you're just studying, different organizations and, their sets, and I kind of like studying, like, even the gangs in occultism. Like, I just like to check it out. Like, even when somebody brought it up with the Order of Nine Angles, how they pulled up and then they was like, this is our set, this is what we're doing. You usually find, just like humans, we're very tribalistic creatures. So to your point, B more, even the idea, like, it's cool to study what you are studying. Like, your book of life could be the Quran, right? Your book of life could be the Vedic text, whatever the case is, right? But usually what you have is that it's pathologized, or this becomes this philosophy of this shall be the only book. This is the, like, you guys, you hear the story, like the one and true living, this is the God above all other gods, right? You see it, like what Sin is bringing up with personality, Trump above the government, or you saw with black folks. I know everybody pointing at the orange man, but people forgot about the black man. There were some people that felt like they deified Barack Obama, and you do get that, and it's happening even with benevolent figures such as like we saw with Martin Luther King. For some people, they didn't want anybody to take on the pursuit of equal justice after King. No man shall rise above King. No man shall rise above Martin Luther. No, so you have these types of situations. So this is where you kind of get into this like very aggressive mindset where you got the different religious sets. It's not just America. It's not the West. It's not just Jews versus the Catholics or things of that nature. You go anywhere on this planet, you have gangs in different orders that have always been kind of fighting each other. But being able to keep an open mind in the process and maintaining to what it is that you believe in is always the way. It's okay. Like, okay, you may be, Baptist, whatever, right? And like, oh yeah, I read about this, that, and that. I ran into plenty of people that typically were pretty balanced that way, but they're like, no, my order of faith is, I go to my Baptist church and then that's it.
Yeah,
but
it's okay.
the worshiping part is the part that we get into, like this this dark form of cultism.
Yeah, it's okay to be in a group and that
Yeah.
shares similar beliefs, but you shouldn't be worshiping a human.
Yeah,
Your
so-
spiritual belief should not go through a vessel of somebody else who has the shit on the toilet. Also, to add to this as well, I'm talking about Jim Jones, the Kool-Aid Man, not Jim Jones, the rapper. So Jim Jones, Charles Manson, Nature Boy, whoever y'all can think of, like what Prince said, what I was talking about is cult of personalities.
Yes.
Where people worship people to the point of they lose their free will, and because their free will is now enslaved to another human.
Well, also keep in mind when you bring up Jim Jones, you factor in the government too.
Yes.
So you also have government backing of culture personalities, like what BMO was talking about. Sometimes they're looking at these people's charts and they're like, "Hey, man, you know what? You got a thing to be able to wow the crowd. We're gonna put some money behind you."
No,
That happens all the time, and that's what was Jim Jones. They found out that he also was a government asset as well.
And also,
CIA.
it's remembered, like, it's nice that people, you got to be able to learn from other humans and enjoy the best of humans without becoming a slave to another human, okay? That you got to think about it logically. Are you going to become a slave to LeBron James because he's great at basketball? Are you going to, if you was alive during the time of Mark Twain, will you become his servant because he's a damn good writer, an author? I mean, what, like, are you going to become a slave to someone because Mozart because he's great at what he does? Like, no. You know, if you really think about it logically, you appreciate the beauty that humans can create, but you don't worship somebody where you're selling your soul to another human being. And because you lowered your frequency now to where a human can puppet you. This is what we call a form of dark psychology. And also it is a form, in occult circles, a form of high magic, where someone's sense of self is beaten down so low that you can tell them to do whatever you want them to do, and they become a puppet. You're the puppet master, they're the puppet, and they go and do whatever you tell them to do.
Sometimes just, you know, in practices, it's magic. Like, it's a moment. You know, think about like when people get excited off a personality profile in the moment, and every day they come back to revisit that high. Like, you know, and if people are looking at, like, when you see Jim Jones, right, and like, man, how could something happen like that? Look at the Stan Wars online. It actually, and be more, she's going to break more of this down. It actually can happen very quickly when people can do worshiping of men and women. You know, that they're infallible. It just happens. It goes back to the beginning of time. Humans have always looked for desired representation, that they feel like this is our group, this is our tribe, this king. Even in Hawaii, their earlier kings, they had to be tall, dark, and big, and they said this is who we want to represent our tribe or our nationhood.
Prince and I was like, when that bar was like crying because Nikki said she didn't fuck with her, this was years ago, and she was crying and she had Barb stuff on her wall. Her whole identity in life was a slave to the imagery of who Nikki is. You a mini Nikki being a parasite to Nikki's brand and to Nikki's ego. So when Nikki says you are nobody, your whole sense of self is destroyed because your whole life has been orchestrated to worship another human being. You should never give anybody that type of power over you. It's okay, again, to be a part of a group. No one's saying you can't have harmony. You can have harmony when it makes sense. Let's say a group says, guys, together, let's go and get reparations. Okay, that's fine. Okay, everyone, let's go make sure we have clean water as a group. Okay, all right, everybody, let's go
make that movement about one person.
Let's go join a book club. Okay, let's listen to some music. Okay, this is all great things, but the moment they tell you something weird, your sense of self should have a red flag that, like, wait a minute, I like this group, I like you, but I don't like you enough to become a slave to you. What the fuck you mean by this? I have to do this or that. That's when you eject and get the hell up out of there.
Or you can't move it. You can't move the idea forward for the collective because they're stuck on one person. That, like, if you and be more, she can break this down. This is what literally plagues culture. You have a grand idea, like for instance, Sin's talking about reparations, right? But then they get stuck on a personality, and nobody else gets to talk about reparations but this person or their personality, or they're always defaulting it back to this. We see it in hip hop. People keep defaulting it back to the same 5 people. You can't move hip hop and rap music anywhere else unless it's tied back to them. And the public has been groomed to speak about the sport of it unless speak about the sport exclusively through these 5 people. And Beamer, you can continue on, because this is what also Crowley wanted to do at his height. He wanted to become a cult phenom himself. He wanted to become that.
Some people, and again, some people kind of have that
naturally
in their chart naturally, to be that, you know, whatever they're going to do and trigger. And again, I kind of say this with, you know, people interested in occultism or just doing research to be informed. Everybody's journey is not the same. And I know what people teach about, like, where we are in modern occultism, like, we're either going to invert everything. Dark is light, light is dark, or you have to go this way to be that way. And I'm like, not necessarily. I can make an argument that Christianity is a dualistic religion in the sense that it believes in good and evil, kind of like black and white a little bit, between like either you're with the good guys with God or you're with the devils. That has kind of been ironed out to the point where we're kind of here with dualism, at least as early as the Middle Ages. Okay, so when we talked about them burning them witches' titties and everything, at least by that point we kind of have that ironed out. Even we could argue as early as ancient times, because we see the translation of Satan or the devil be in the Bible at some point, as we know, as it goes far back as that. So there's a dualisticness that naturally pervades the Christian religion, and at some point it was a dominant religion and rivaling other sects and cults, even during colonialization, to outpace other people, you know. So I want y'all to understand that. So when people try to tell you like, and this is dark, this is light, listen, you need to figure out what your personal, and this is from me, and I'm not saying this egotistically, you need to figure out, and it don't even have to be from me, because I believe who people go to for their readings is who connects with them and gives them the best advice, right? You need to even figure out if you even belong in the dark, because there's some people that need to see that the lights is off, but don't go in that goddamn room. Some of y'all, and then y'all letting people kind of tell y'all like, oh, it'll blah blah blah. People don't understand occultism and pain and anguish, and I'm literally meaning this. Like, I'm not even like hyper like a hyperbole. No, you're right. No. I'm literally saying
deals with danger and death.
Occultism and pain and anguish all go to the same house. So when people be like, well, it's the same thing, light is dark, don't, no, it is not. Now, if you want to follow that practice, again, I am not judging you. If you believe you go in the dark and backflip and come out, and I am not judging you. Sometimes people's chart is built like that. I'm really not trying to come for nobody.
A quick example.
However,
if you have let's say your lord of your 8th house, means the planet that rules the house of death, shared resources, what is hidden, the occult, sex, and all that. And let's say you have it in your 9th house. Well, if your lord of the 8th house goes into your 9th house, you could talk about these taboo things.
Or you may get to experience occultism
in a more enlightened,
positive or enlightened way.
Right.
If your stuff is like 8th house lord in the 12th, it conjunct something like Rahu, baby, I need you to go from A to B and don't get out the car. Keep your hands and feet in the vehicle. Don't touch nothing.
But it also could mean like maybe you go to foreign lands and things then get better for you. It really depends on how, first of all, your own sense of values too. You got to remember, you have to know when to be a part of a group and when not to be a part of a group. And even though it's easy to say, it's not easy to do, because then humans would have already conquered that.
That is
a lot of humans and a lot of people do not know when to be an individual and when to be a part of a group.
It's called it's human condition. We all have to learn.
We all have to learn
about groups and peer pressure.
It's okay to be a part of a group if y'all all like to skateboard. It's okay to be a part of a group if you're fighting for something that is good for not only your group but for humanity. Like even the example we gave with reparations, right? But when a group starts to go wacky, it's also okay as an individual to say, no, I don't worship no man or woman.
And also, I think we're getting off path here. It's okay to say that, guys. I think we're kind of getting off track, right? And that does happen. It's, something that, just bringing up yesterday. For little kids, you'll see for a lot of times it's kind of easy for them to float in what they like, what they don't like. The true challenge in the test is the criticism that will come with it. And to kind of get over yourself, people are going to criticize you no matter what you do. If you smell good or if you stink, they're going to talk about you either way.
That is true.
So once you kind of like get out of that mode, and even with sin,
opposition.
Yeah, even with sins bring up, like sometimes like I used to, bro, depart from the group. They sound crazy. Like it's okay. Like, all right, dog, this is just where we don't agree at. Like
we're gonna have
to bow out respectfully. Yeah. I like how y'all started. But I got to get out, and it's okay to do that. And we do see that online as well. But yeah, no, great example.
That's why we said the think tank is for y'all. Still individuals at the end of the day. Y'all have your own taste, your own like. Y'all don't have to listen to everything we fucking say. No. We come here because we enjoy having conversations with each other. People, I'm assuming, enjoy the live shows and streams. Y'all go to the Patreon. Y'all go to Be More's Patreon as well. But at the end of the day, if y'all don't agree with something, who cares? Nah. You as an individual can disagree with whatever the fuck you want to disagree with, just like we can disagree with whatever we want to disagree with.
Nothing personal.
It's really nothing personal because guess what? Whoever wrong gonna feel it.
Yeah.
Because guess what? We all in physical bodies. Whoever it makes sense, and we can always say, you know what? I was out of line, or maybe you was right, girl. And I like,
you know what, man? That shit was stupid.
That's a great point. Look, that's a great point too. What B More said: if someone in the audience is just right, eventually it's going to be proven. If they're wrong, eventually it's going to be proven. If one of us on the mic is right, eventually it's going to be proven. And if we're wrong, eventually it's going to be proven. I mean, it's nothing to be obsessed about.
But there is something that you should pay attention to. Is people that can't admit when they're wrong, or they'll tweak what they originally said so it can still look like it's right.
Oh baby, that's narcissism. Oh baby, that's a weak ego. Like you can't be corrected. You're afraid of like not being right. Like it's okay to be wrong.
The perfectionism it's something. Perfectionism is death too, by the way. Because if you got it right, if you're done, you check out of here. You did everything.
But also, a thing with difficult even about tweaking is about, do you understand what somebody's original point is to begin with? When it comes to communication, people have to slow things down. Like even for the great exchange that I had with Village Brother and even with Ariel, they thought I was talking about the rapper Jim Jones, but I'm talking about another Jim Jones. So it's good for people to first clarify in conversation at the very beginning. Therefore, you don't have to later on tweak anything. You're like, from the very beginning, this is clearly where I stand. This is clearly where this person stands. This is clearly the conversation. So there's less confusion. Because sometimes people think people are being manipulative, but at the beginning, there was too much confusion in the conversation. Maybe people didn't understand what people were talking about.
Yeah, the misunderstanding, you're right about that. But you also, we talked about narcissism, and you've seen it in our politicians, never wrong. It's because like what Sin is speaking to, she's right. Misunderstandings, that happens all the time. Humans, we all talk a lot, right? But
I know we talk on this mic a lot.
But just lying is like, man, you did not say that. Trump, you said something completely different. I never said that.
But Trump mentor told him, his mentor said, never admit to being wrong.
Never admit to being, no.
The teachers never admit to being wrong.
Never admit to being wrong. That is actually
pivot to where you're right and hammer away.
Yeah, and that's why people can't stand you.
Dark psychology.
Yeah. And that is a thing. And there's a social grooming online through social media because of that. Think about when people get it wrong when, you guys know, when somebody gets killed or a rapper gets killed and then people indict the wrong person online, you did it. Like, the internet doesn't necessarily come back and say, hey, man, we got it wrong. We apologize. Or let me make a video saying I apologize about you saying you killed this person. Because that's a part of that social grooming as well. You can't You have to groom the public that way because the politicians don't have to be honest either if the public is thinking this way too.
Also, vague language is a great form of manipulation. It's a great form of dark psychology because you can always pivot out of a particular conversation. Now, where vagueness is good, depending on what end are you when it comes to contracts, it depends, right? So let's say you got a politician or business tycoon and you're just an everyday Joe and they trying to trip you up. Be vague. I mean, you know these people are pieces of shit. These are people who are technocrats or whatever. These are people who they want something that you have. You, depending on the situation, you may need to be vague or you may need to be very clear. But it really depends. Like, contracts are tricky. You really got to know who you're facing. You got to know the psychology of the people you're facing. It's a very tricky situation. So sometimes being vague is good.
Alhamdulillah.
Sometimes being vague, they're definitely being a manipulator. But it really depends because also people can still be great manipulators with having strong convictions too. You know?
Have a super chat. I don't know if you guys went over this. It is from Final. She says, please discuss the Amber Melon ritual that Crowley failed before the headless ritual. Okay. Back to Crowleyism because I know we kind of got off a little bit, but I just want to touch on the super chat. So first of all, this, and again, I'm gonna say this again, this is what we consider a modern era, although it seemed like people like the 1800s sound a long time ago. No, we actually had like a revival of like magic and occultism in the West from around the 1800s or whatever. Right? So the rite was first translated by occultist McGregor Mathers, S.L. McGregor Mathers. Yes, the one who started the Golden Dawn, that started all that stuff with Aleister. Remember that one? Who came from France and tried to take over the temple and then they had to go to court? That one right there. So he did the translation around 1897. This was when Aleister first went to college. So I think he went to college in like 1896, right? So it really shaped a lot of Western practices. Aleister did try to attempt this grueling ritual. A lot of other notable figures like Franz Bardon also is rumored to have completed it, and I'm going to go into what the ritual is, but it requires a lot of commitment and ascetic, almost pious lifestyle where a lot of modern practitioners find it to be quite difficult. The Amberlin ritual is about anywhere between 6 and 18 month ceremonial magic ritual, which the goal is to achieve knowledge and conversations with your holy guardian angel. Sometimes you see it written down like if you're reading like websites and stuff, sometimes they write it as HGA. So if you ever go and like study this and they like, what the hell is a HGA? Holy guardian angel. So they're trying to like basically manifest their angel down here. Right. Once the connection is made, the magician supposedly gains like all this power to bind and command the 12 kings and dukes of hell to perform various tasks. So once I got my angel, then I can call the 12 dukes and kings of hell to do my bidding. Right. So they're doing like spiritual summoning and spiritual contracts with entities, regardless if it's an angel or a demon. Right.
Right.
So this really originated from a 15th century grimoire. The book is called if you're interested in reading the grimoire, it's called The Book of the Sacred Magic of the Amber Melon Mage. I also just want to add,
can you tell them what a grimoire is though?
A grimoire is a magical book. It's not the same thing as a book of shadows. The Book of Shadows is something that is coming more closer to more modern age. Think of like Gerald. Well, you know what? See, I don't want to name drop too much.
Don't name drop too much, yeah.
The guy who made Wicca and just what you see performed in Charmed. So all the people who love Charmed, they're Wiccans. Okay, that came more closer to like the 1940s and 50s in 1940s and 50s particularly.
And also keep in mind, you're not supposed to follow everybody else's rituals. Sometimes you got to create your own.
For real. So that's a book of shadows. A grimoire is a literal textbook of point A. Like, you know how you used to get your science textbook and they used to be like, they'd be like, figure 1, put all items on the table, get a flask, get 3 ounces of hydroxychloride. So that's what a grimoire is. It's like a science textbook for magic. It tells you from point A to point B how to do something in a very sterile, scientific type of way. A book of shadows is something that was invented by Gerald Gardner, who is the founder of Wicca. He also was a fan of Aleister Crowley. And he came up with the name The Book of Shadows. Him and another occultist named Doreen Valiente, which first of all, that's a good ass name. But anyway,
It's a very nice
I actually have some of her work, because she wrote poetry too. But Doreen Valiente, they were, making Wicca, and there's a lot of Wiccans out. Wiccan really had a rise really in that 90s. There's a lot of little Wiccan witches and shows and stuff that popped off. And I'll go into like how the witchcraft laws changed in the 50s, and this is why in pop culture we get so many witches after the 50s. Before then, baby, I better not see no witch on your screen. But before, and this is just 1950, after World War II, they lived in England, they lift these witchcraft laws. Before this, and the people be like, oh, that's impossible. Even in the 30s, somebody accuse you of witch in England, it's still not good. They might not be burning your feet, but your ass still gonna have some issues.
But you also gotta be careful with doing things either before his time as well, like the story of Helios for his son.
Yes.
It said you was destined to be on the chariot. You ran your ass there too early. You died. And also, when it comes to certain occult rituals, some of them require you to not have an ego. And we all know that Aleister Crowley brought his ego into every ritual.
I'm going to do what I want and sound egotistical in nature. But anyway, I'm just wrapping this up with the grimoire, and then we'll go back to the spout. So the Book of Shadows was made by Gardner, who is basically the father of Wicca. And Wicca is its own religious practice. It is a religious practice that embodies or accompanies pre-Euro-pagan beliefs. Sometimes, not always. I've seen them sometimes bring in African gods and stuff like that. But pagan beliefs and forms of spiritual ceremonial practices. Would it be labeled as witchcraft? Maybe, but somebody can argue that some of these religions also doing witchcraft, but I don't. Because witchcraft is a little shaky foundation to accuse people on. Because y'all seen how I told y'all what they accused the Christians of. Then they reversed reverse, and started calling people the same thing. So it's very shaky waters. So he came up with the Book of Shadows. A Book of Shadows is a book that you make. It's almost like a journal where you detail magical experiences and spiritual experiences that you have. Also, just how you felt and just different types of things through doing spells, rituals, or just any type of thing. It's less cut and dry. It's less very textbooky than a grimoire. I would also like to say a lot of grimoires came out of the Middle Ages. So although we had the burning times and witches was getting lynched, so many grimoires were coming out of there. And actually, believe it or not, so many grimoires actually were made by Christians. Like, I know y'all people will be like, what? I'm like, yes. So many of these grimoires were made by Christians. I'm gonna be honest. But yes, this is coming from a 15th century grimoire called the Book of the Sacred Magic, Amberlin the Mage.
Well, people don't tell Erica Kirk.
And remember,
she'll survive.
It came from the skill class, and it also came from the higher classes. Because remember, not everybody could read back then or write.
True, but that's why that also takes. It's funny. Literacy contributes to the revival in the 1800s because we're getting more and more schools. More and more people can read, and they're getting access. When the Middle Ages comes with the witch trials and these grimoires, which I found very funny, most of these people cannot read like that. And I'm not trying to come for nobody.
No, pause right there. Don't skip past that. Don't skip past that.
You gotta say like, no, don't just gloss over that.
Remember, because of that, that's how they was able to kill so many women.
Yo,
you can't fucking read, and someone said, "Look at this symbol." This woman is a flower. She's showing you how to deal with a headache.
And did you see what?
But because they don't know how to fucking read and shit, all somebody got.
We believe you.
That woman is a witch.
Yeah,
that's why so many people die. Remember, ignorance is not as blissful as people think it is because you killing people you shouldn't.
They actually trying to take y'all back to the mages now.
You harming people because you don't know how to read.
But also, I would like to say too, like the witch trial started because they were persecuting the Cathars. Mm-hmm. So like when they were having, kind of think like when they was having Inquisition and they was beefing, right? They said, "How can we keep this gravy train going? I know, let's burn our citizens." And they said yes. And they ran on with that. And actually,
paranoia because people couldn't read.
There's that, but I'm gonna be honest. The witch trials were so bad. There were places where the church had to stop them from murdering other people. They had to stop because they'll say like, "I want to charge Mary Magdalene Beth for witchcraft," right? They said, "Fine. Investigator will be out and one of the clergy will be out." Before the clergy can put their funky foot in the carriage, right? They already got the rope on the tree. And sometimes by the time they get there, the body's swinging. So sometimes they had to really like they triggered so much fervor that they had to even pull people off other people getting murdered. But that's how much games people playing. But look, I'm not trying to. It is a long history. Like that is how many games they was playing. Sometimes clergy members had to save people from about to get murdered for nothing.
Ignorance creates paranoia. You better go study as much as you need to before condemning someone. That's even when we talk about some of these celebrities. Some of them could be pedos or not, but we definitely got to wait for the evidence.
Well, also saying
you can't fall into paranoia because ignorance means not knowing something. If you don't know something, just say you don't know.
You guys got to think about it. I want to go back to what B more saying, and you right saying, because I was jokingly saying, but no, realistically, look at the policies. Okay, why do they keep attacking universities? Right, just in general, who cares what these zit-faced kids believe? Like, they're supposed to believe something to get started in life, right? They're targeting higher learning and higher education in this country. Remember, they demonize it. Yes, there's some people that have elitist mindsets, but most of the time they got a culture to demonize higher learning because they need control. Now, going back to the point is, they want to break the literacy rate of this country. It's not just about reading, it's about comprehension. This is why you're having situations where you're having children with poor problem solving situations, or divergent thinking, or creative quotients are genuinely relapsing in this country because look at what you got going on right now. So there's a constant dumbing down for a reason, because it's for an ignorant population. A dumb population, as cliche it is better for control. So like, even when B-More was saying like, look, let's try to have some form of tribunals here where we can go through a process to see if she's a witch or not.
Nope.
And they're
so who started the fire? I got 3 twigs, bitch.
But also, remember, higher learning is also connected to Jupiter. They're also trying to get rid of people who have skills. Mm-hmm. There are people who are highly skilled, who haven't gone to universities, who are very well studied, and then there are people who've gone to universities, who are really good at what they do and very learned as well. Both are important because not everybody can go to a university for whatever reason, even though you do got community colleges out there. Now, this is important because if you go back into ancient times, there's only 2 groups of people that survived. It was the affluent class, those of higher learned, but also those who had skills.
Yeah.
People who actually knew how, whether they were a carpenter or whatever, people who had real skill sets. When you're talking about modern times and ignorance, you gotta be more fluid than what people want you to be. Why? You can have somebody who went to a university and is corrupt. You could have somebody, a lot of the people in the Jeffrey Mix files were people who went to universities only to dupe you, who didn't go to any universities, or to dupe other people who actually went to universities. So you have to be very careful. You don't want to be dismissive where you don't understand the value of higher learning in universities, but you also don't want to just blindly follow people where someone who do have that badge, who have that title based off of going to a university, where you just believe what anybody says to the point where you can be harmed. So everything requires a balance.
Yeah, that's what and that's why they're targeting, like they're making they're giving skilled, and when I say higher education, I'm not just talking about because you went to a university, but there is a reason to have skilled people in society, degree people in society, to be able to also, when they get to the middle class, they usually employ the lower class as well, or they make provisions to, even to some degree, make people in the upper class lives a little better because they can invent things of that nature. But highly skilled people, people that are actually intelligent, smart, and wisdom, these people will always consistently be shunned in society. And it's not the first go around with humans. All humans, as B-More has been bringing it up, especially concerning what was going on in Europe, people who want power and control, usually tyrannical government, they make things such as skill, hygiene, being kind to one another, common sense. They turn those things into like the red letter. You know, they just say, no, this is we need fervor, we need emotion,
yes.
we need as little facts as possible to move as many
a bunch
people.
of stupidity.
Yeah,
keep it going, guys. I love it. I love it.
But what you saying about Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually think a good thing, I don't know if y'all ever had to read this in school. We did, but anybody who's read like the Scarlet Letter,
Mm-hmm.
or
Yes.
if young people are listening and y'all are going through school, please read those books. But the Scarlet Letter is a good example of accusation. And actually, if anyone has watched Practical Magic, there is a movie with Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock. They'll have a part 2. It's actually based off of a book series about a family of witches or whatever. But you'll even see that some of the iconography or things that they had in the first movie with their ancestor being expelled due to like an extramarital pregnancy or whatever, and also they getting accused of witchcraft, it is heavily based off of some of the tropes out of the Scarlet Letter, which is basically a woman in the book. The woman gets impregnated by a preacher, and she has to wear this red letter on her chest. Now, and the A stands for adulterer, which I found interesting because the husband should have had the A on him, because you're the one married hoe. But let's move on. No, let's move on, because and your baby's running around. So first of all, you need to figure out what to do with your little daughter, and the second off, you need to put a bigger A on everything. But anyway,
people use social shame as an excuse to not do the right thing. We see that a lot in society, where they'll throw somebody else under the bus to try to maintain some sense of self in society. And that's why, people shouldn't be easily weak when it comes to what society says or social pressures. Remember, society can be wrong.
yes.
That doesn't mean you always capitulate to what people
That happens
say.
all the time.
It's not
We see
yeah.
like when
Shame you.
okay, because astrology was so bent into the Christian religion, part of why Copernicus and Galileo and all of that, particularly Copernicus, gets in trouble, right, is because he makes the theory that the sun he makes a geocentric versus heliocentric theory. So where the sun is not the center, the sun is going around or whatever. That was a big issue at that time, because they've already moved the heliocentric theory as a part of religion. So what he's saying was heretical, because remember, you can only do heresy if you're part of the religion.
A heretic.
So the fact that you're a Christian is saying it's a geocentric theory.
Right.
The things come around Earth, versus the heliocentric theory. Then he gets punished from this, and they put him on house arrest and say, you will comply or we will burn your feet. I'm not playing with you, bro. And burn your. Actually, it was so bad when he first brought the theory to the science place, right? Say like, I want to, my calculations don't prove the sun, and I want to share this. They were so mad. They were throwing books and stuff at them. His face bruised up, child. Books at them head. And those books back in like 1100 was big as fuck.
You could kill somebody with
so the head bleeding, everything. So most of the time, society does not catch up. But because that's a form of astrology or astronomy, and the reason why it was offensive, because the sun is supposed to represent God. So we've already moved past astronomy into astrology, where if you say this is an affront to God, and I have to kill you now.
That's why the merchant class and the skill class are very important to keep the so-called sun beings and royalty in check. Remember, it was considered taboo when merchants started to make more money than the crown.
Yes.
And this is how eventually we get to fast forward to the industrial age, and also companies coming up and all that. There was a time when if you was more skillful than the king, queen, prince, princess, you had to like dumb yourself down
to not offend.
Because if you offended them, you could end up with your head getting cut off. You could end up being executed. And even when we're talking about checking people, like even when we're talking about higher learning and universities, remember the blue varsity situation that was exposed, where you had a lot of these rich kids that were cheating. They were dumb as fuck, cheating their way into universities. Meanwhile, people were focusing on DEI and affirmative action. But look at even Pete Hegseth. He's dumb. There are a lot of dumb people who get into high places in society, not based off their skills or knowledge, but based off of who they know or what
power
order they are part of, because there's power in that. And anybody who really does have the skill and knowledge pose a threat. Even when we're talking about some of these scientists who have gone missing, who are or have ended up dead, but people forget this is not a new phenomenon. You've actually had a lot of scientists for decades go missing because they are considered competition. Anytime there's a person that could come into society and free everybody, with resources and knowledge,
It's
they're gonna always
seen
think
as
of those.
controversy.
It's controversial because no, bitch, we're about power. You ain't gonna tell everybody else about the sauce because we want them under us. We don't want them competing with us.
Now, I'm gonna get back into the grimoire book with the Book of Shadows just to refresh everyone. A grimoire is like a scientific textbook of how to do a spell versus a Book of Shadows is like a spiritual person's journey into having these spiritual experiences, and they could write about doing a spell, but it's more intimate. Think of it like a journal and a grimoire mixed together. Now, there are practitioners, if you're interested in any of this, there are practitioners who write Book of Shadows. If there's, even if you, I don't know, want to call it something else, I don't know, and you just want to write your own spiritual experiences, you can do that. The Book of Shadows actually was named after an article out of Hinduism where a guy, he was doing shadowmancy, which basically he was able to do divinatory practices or like divining off of shadows of people. Him and Doreen Valiente saw this article because it was like in like think of it like a article or a book about occultism. So think of it like Occultism Today or something like that, right? So Gardner and Valiente both saw this article and they said, you know what, that's what we'll name this type of text, because we're moving past a grimoire where it's very dry, cut and dry, scientific. But that's typically what a grimoire is. It's literally like a science textbook on how to do some type of magical working or spiritual practice or working. Now, the ritual for the Amber Melon ritual that Aliester tried to attempt, it is very grueling. It's actually notorious for being grueling because it takes so long, between 6 months to 18 months.
It's one of the hardest.
It's a very hard spell or spiritual ritual to do, right? The ritual really depends on strict isolation, ritualistic purification, and intense daily prayer. The preparation takes 18 to 16 months. The magician has to withdraw from worldly affairs and society. It involves rigorous daily prayer, fasting, ritual washings at certain times. So like they'll tell you, okay, you're going to fast today, wash up at 12, go to bed by this time, pray by this time. It's like it's very involved. The goal is to purify the mind and the body.
Which if Aleister Crowley was a very disciplined human
being. He's
being.
not. He say do what you want.
If he was a disciplined human being, this actually would be perfect for Purvabhadapada because the Nasatra is about sacrifice.
Right. Yeah.
So if the funny thing about his dumbass, the very orders that were very strict and structured was for him to embrace it so he can learn to be the best version of himself. Instead he rebelled against it.
Yes.
Then he tried to do he
did the opposite of this spell. This spell is so disciplined, so then he said do what you want because you couldn't get the spell done.
And then he does do a very complex spell that requires discipline.
Yes.
That would have served you because you're a Purvabhadapada, but you did not have the discipline to fucking do it. Because one of the things that's attached to Purvabhadapada is sacrifice, meaning something must be sacrificed. And no, you don't have to sacrifice another human being.
You saw where his influence went in the 70s.
Out
yes,
there.
like y'all tripping.
Don't have to sacrifice a human, okay?
They turned up in the 60s.
It could just mean you could sacrifice your ego. You could have discipline. I mean, if you love sweets, don't eat sweets for a long time. You know, sacrifice something. But again, sometimes people don't understand. Some of your encounters in life from other people who are different from you is to give you a lesson. And because Aleister Crowley was so rebellious, he didn't understand that whether you agree with these people or not, you should have picked up some of the discipline if you're going to do especially that type of ritual.
Well, pervers are notoriously undisciplined. No offense. They're notoriously... I actually would prefer if they're paired, if Saturn is together with it, or... if they have Purva and Uttara together in both the nakshatras, because Uttara is ruled by Saturn and it can negate or basically balance out both of these energies. But no, they believe in no limits. Like nothing will hold me back from nothing I do. Like
which people forget. Look, Jupiter is cool in a lot of ways. You get luck. You can be supported by institutions. Education, higher learning. You get it. The door is open to you. The only negative thing about Jupiter, though, sometimes too much access is not a good thing. And if it's placed in your chart in a certain way, it can lead to you actually doing too much that can put you in a position that isn't the best. And then also, it's also important to understand the psychology of different planets as well. this is something Bmore and I talk about a lot when we're talking about the psychology of planets. Yes, Saturn is limitations, but limitations give you a reward. Just like with Jupiter, abundance gives you a reward. There's a different psychology for that reward, but a reward nonetheless.
That's why I prefer you to have both.
And
so
that's
you can be
why,
paired together so y'all can stop. Like,
that's
oh my
why,
God.
Yes. But also, I would say, too, people also have to remember the story, because Bmore also talked about the story before about Venus. Remember, Venus is not as much as a snob as Jupiter, which is fine. Jupiter should be that. Jupiter doesn't want to give its higher learning and knowledge to any and everyone. This is also about the story Bmore talked about in Hinduism, where you had Saturn, who really wanted to learn from Jupiter of abundance. But what is Saturn? Limitations. Jupiter said no. Jupiter didn't even care that Saturn became a human. Still no. But you know what? Venus like, fuck Jupiter, man. Yeah, I'll teach you. Because Venus like, higher learning, the heavens, the underworld, demons, angels, all the same shit. Like, yeah, I'll teach you. So you want to go further into that about the importance of understanding the psychology of the different planets?
I'm gonna be honest, you won't be able to read much. Like, if just reading by eye, if you're looking at a chart, if you don't understand like what they want and their desires, it'd be hard for you to understand the behaviors about reading. They kind of all have their little profiles and they have their own mythos behind them. If you don't really understand them, it'll be hard for you to be able to read a chart because you really don't understand who they are. It's like reading a book, but you don't have no character development, and everybody knows how shitty that kind of is. So it's like, it's kind of like that. Think of it like this: in order for me to read this chart, I need a backstory. Why did you become the villain in the 8th house? Like, girl, what happened? You know, why are you in the 1st house? We kind of need a backstory of like your behavior. So hopefully, like in that kind of like very mundane way, you understand why it's important.
You know, as you continue on, you're doing a fantastic job here. You should also, because of how you saw how his own form of rebellion in challenging what the tradition is, which is the normalcy for new generations.
Yeah.
I know people get angry and upset about it, but you know, your sons, your daughters, even some degree younger siblings are going to challenge some of the stuff you've built, and not in a just unnecessarily mindless way, but sometimes it's to help you evolve as well. Like, advance, you know what, I didn't look at it from that point of view, or I've kind of got out of touch with a rhythm or something. What I was just going to say, just even with Crowley, though, even though he had passed earlier, you can also speak to how prominent the concept of who he was became in the 60s and 70s and what led into that culture as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was a lot of people that had aspects of who Crowley was, and they felt like, well, I can go do whatever I want, you know, because of what we was talking about, the do what thou wilt and the whole of the law.
Okay, let me finish reading this spell, because this was somebody's question that they paid for about going into the Amber Melon ritual that he failed, and then I'll go into like his influence. So we talked about the washings and the fasting and all that for 18 months. At the end of the isolation period, the magician then performs a dedicated 7-day invocation dedicated to manifest their specific holy guardian angel. Now, part of this is really about binding spirits. Once the angel appears and grants divine knowledge, the magician then proceeds to bind the 4 princes and the 7 dukes of hell. This allows the magician to use a system of a magical word squares, or what we consider talismans, to manifest desires, find treasure, unlock abilities like clairvoyance and invisibility. Now, I did talk about how McGregor Mathers, the one who started all that stuff with that lawsuit with him, they're both of their little messy behinds, translated this text into English,
which is also very important to talk about, because translations sometimes can have hiccups. And the second thing is, for anybody who think they're doing rituals as a magician, remember, certain demons that you conjure, if you don't do it correctly, you can lose your head.
Yes. So in this situation, because after this he attempts a headless ritual after it, but I just felt like if you didn't have discipline for this, where are we going? But anyway,
he said he could do it that will.
I guess so. But a lot of times people who do this ritual have a hard time doing it, because it requires a lot of time away from society, upwards to almost 2 years, You have to have an ascetic lifestyle. Many practitioners also opt for what will be seen as modernized versions or heavily condensed adaptations of this ritual rather than following the medieval time period one. And this was what I was telling my Patreon members. Sometimes when we get spell books or ritual books and y'all reading it and maybe y'all want to do it, I don't know, not judging, because some of y'all wasn't going to convert anyway, or y'all was going to go find another religion no matter what. It's in the chart. But a lot of these books are actually made to be processed, unlike the grimoires is a bit different because they're just first edition, first person scientific books that people made. They are made for it to be easy to use and done typically safely. That's what I would say. And although I do caution people against jumping out stuff, doing these spells and whatever, or prayers or whatever you're doing, because there's different spiritual practices. Sometimes they're tied to different religions like Islam, Christianity, different things like that. Did y'all see this one? They're doing magic to try to conjure an angel, like all types of stuff. But my point is, most of the time it's been when a spiritual person gets it, they're truncating it to make it more safe for you. Right. And the other thing I'll say, the reason why this spell would be effective in a sense of maybe you would be able to see something, the main point of it, outside of like you could say the talismans or whatever, right, having like a sense of magical power, it's, believe it or not, it's actually fasting. Why fasting is so widespread among spiritual practices: Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, and I could keep going on to different spiritual practices, even like other practices that are like not considered like the big major religions that are pulling most of their followers or have like millions of followers. Because fasting triggers psychic vision. So when people like, you have to do drugs, no, you don't. There are certain things that can trigger a visionary practice. So like, y'all remember, and I cannot remember this movie, and I think it came on Disney Channel, and I have to see if it was based off of a book, but it was basically about this boy who was Native American, and wherever he was, it was like near an arid place. So like, think like Arizona or something like that, like deserty, right? He was doing like, I guess, a coming of age ritual for his tribe or whatever. What they did, they sent him outside into the desert. I'm like, damn, he like 15.
Oh, it's like a Sankofa.
Right, but they made him go out there. The reason why they made him go out there with little to no food, because they want him to be hungry, because the fasting triggers a vision. So when people be like, why are Christian fasting? And actually, Christians have a long history of dream interpretation and visions too. Also like meditative or psychoactive practices like walking. I know y'all like walking. I'm like, yes, walking to trigger psychic visions, or fasting. The reason why you're fasting. So when the Christians be like, I don't fast, you're undisciplined. You want a vision when you be like, I need a sign, I need the God to send me a vision. And I'm not saying this to starve yourself to death. Like, be serious, y'all. Do it fasting in a moderate or reasonable time. But the reason why you're fasting as a Christian, any of the Abraham girlies, so Judaism, Islam, right, because your body triggers a psychic vision from that. Now, if you are undisciplined, maybe you're pervert. I don't know, girl. Well, you need to figure it out. But that's why you're fasting.
And for that, for people to understand, your vessel has to be cleared. It has to be clean. That's why even Islam believes in washing your vessel. Fasting, you have to, first of all, when you do a lot of ceremonial magic, you have to clean your body. And also fasting is so your vessel can be cleared of any impurities, so you can connect to the higher forces, number one. Also the metaphysics, where you said this is white, it's privilege for Aleister Crowley to be dirty and still influential. Remember, if you're a pervert, that is funny. If you're a pervert pata, you can fill up. Yay. Jay-Z right now kicking the air. Why is Jay still so influential? He had the Klan hoodie on. He did all this shit. Why do people still care about him? He has a pervert pata. Yeah. And so some people saying that Ye filling up too. Well, yeah.
Not 100. Just, what do you have?
Not just Aleister Crowley.
112 to 120,000. He broke a record. Now Jay-Z is going to be doing his concert in France, where Ye was rejected from. And I think he's supposed to be packing out 80,000. But I want to go to one thing that y'all are talking about with the fasting aspect.
Okay. No, you go and then I'll finish.
Oh, we'll finish.
No, go.
No. I was just going to say, it was just real quick about the vessel part. A lot of times when you're fasting, so you can hear. things that you may not be able to hear clearly, because sometimes the foods we take in, toxins, it can affect neurological issues, which can prevent you from being able to properly hear things or read signs in that manner. So it is like cleansing or tuning and intending in that regard when it comes to fasting.
Which is very important, because you don't want anything to distract you from like even maybe a vision being corrupted or something not being heard clearly because of the lack of fasting. Again, body is the temple, and remember, there's spirituality when it comes to the human body too, which people disregard enough a lot as well. The body is connected to spiritualism, and it's a form of manifestation as well, because you have a spirit that is in form of a body, flesh, bones. That's a manifestation. So you're here, and you're supposed to try to keep that body as good as humanly possible, which is why you have people like Bill Gates that wants your body to be retarded, because a lot of these people want your body to decline because it makes it harder for you to connect to the higher forces, and also connect to your higher self. You know, if you're dealing with inflammation, if you're dealing with a lot of sickness, don't get me wrong, there are some people who are so strong, they do push past a lot of those things, but still, nonetheless, it's not at the level.
Okay, but
it's not at the level what it could be.
Do you have a junk food body?
Cleansed.
Probably not.
Right, yeah.
Okay, probably not. You know, some of y'all don't have drug bodies, none of that.
Some
Okay,
people need to get over there.
So you got people who they do have afflictions with the body, but the spirit is so strong it can still push past a lot of things. But nonetheless, you should still, no matter what, try to have your body be as cleansed and as healthy as possible.
I just want to piggyback on what you said. Yes, the human body is a physical manifestation. This is why when a lot of times when I'm doing charts for people and they're reading for their children, sometimes people bring me the charts of their children. A child is a manifestation of when you had the child and their projection onto who they think you are or the experience they've had even before they were born. So like you can tell the dynamics of your relationship with that child, and or a time period that you decided to have that child in, and how that plays out in their behavior and how they see the world through psychic imprintations, or the imprintations of like what we call like a soul. So yes, it is important that you take care of your body. That's why also sometimes when you read a lot of older texts, diseases and sometimes demonic activity go hand in hand. Go hand in hand. Like you find out somebody was mentally ill and they say it's demonic, and I'll be like, that's not fair. That's discriminatory. Yeah, but I want you to understand, like, the word demonic did not always mean what people think it is. It starts to take shape even at some point in ancient Greece around it being more negative, like in the ancient times. But traditionally, we getting to the source of it, it just means like a spirit is there.
No,
so if somebody says you're demonic filled, sometimes they feel like, girl, who am I dealing with today? Is one day is you, and the next day is whoever the heck that is.
Ivan the Terrible, he didn't hate his son. He actually very much so loved his son. He wasn't physically healthy, and he wasn't mentally healthy. And the more his body and mind declined, the more violent and evil he became. Now, this doesn't mean, okay, that everybody who declined is going to be physically violent, like, you know, the famous painting of Ivan the Terrible clocking his son in the head with a crowbar, whatever the fuck it was. But nonetheless, though, when your body and your mind continues to decline, lower frequencies can come and influence the mind and the body when it comes to occultism, which is why it's very, very important. You know, there are people with charts, you know, they're not taking care of their kidney, their liver, all these other things. Best believe, even if you're dealing with parasites, best believe that certain things can tend to lean the mind and the body towards more negative actions when people are not feeling the best and are not the best versions of themselves.
Yes, and so this is good. Even fasting can help stabilize the blood sugar, you know, and that can help with moods. I would also like to say, if anyone is going to try fasting, you know, there's a lot of work and literature on this. People make whole videos about it, whether from like a health perspective, like intermittent fasting, or spiritual perspective. If you children, y'all be serious. Like, y'all gonna make the little 3-year-old fast. Like, be serious. No. Women, if your menses come, please do not fast, girl. You already bleeding. Don't do that, okay? You gotta wait till that pass, and then you could do it for those 2 weeks before it hit back again. Don't be trying to fast and you're bleeding out. I don't know what's gonna happen, especially if you bleeding heavy. You probably gonna get yourself sent to the ER, okay? You not eating, you're already bleeding out. Like, let's use our minds. But if y'all want to do this, you're not a man, so I need you to use your think about your biology a bit smarter. So there's that. The other, you want to go?
Yeah, Prince wanted to say something before you go to the next.
No. I think y'all on point. I was just saying that you think of something as simple as alcoholism. You know, you have people, how they perform under the alcohol and when they're consuming it, and then you ever be around someone that they've been off of alcohol for 6 months or they've been off of alcohol for 12 years. The energy is just completely different. So also a part of fasting is also relieving yourself or unbinding yourselves from demonic or oppositional forces as well,
which is very important. But yeah, remember, the body again is the temple, and that's also comes with also sleeping with the wrong person too. You be careful. Like, you can't just have sex with everybody. You know, it has nothing to do even with calling somebody a whore, whether they're male or female. You should be very picky about what you put in your mouth. That's food, and also things pertaining to sex as well. You should be very careful who you have sex with, and you should be very careful what you eat and drink.
You know what? This is so synchronicitous because I was just doing studies on the mouth. So let's go into this. First, I'm going to read this comment, and then I'll jump back to, I think, Ariel's comment about Charles Manson and Aleister Crowley, and I'll talk about what their actual connection is, okay? And that'll also follow up with Prince's question about his influence well into 20 years after his death. 80s, yeah. So Mr. W3368, he says that's why they wanted us eating pork ears and feet. I just want to say this from a Western perspective, and I have to do this to a certain extent before we move into like Africa and Asia, because there's some diversion into the concept of a belief. It's similar, but it's kind of on its head. And I think Mel BP1KP, he or she is thinking what I'm thinking too. It's kind of inverted a little bit, so sometimes I have to separate it because some of the thoughts are a little bit especially when people start doing translations and things like that, and you're not a native speaker. So like, there's some things that just everyone knows when you're learning language. They'll tell you there's certain things that just don't translate, or you just don't get it, you know. As far as in the whole pork thing, from a Western perspective, I want y'all to understand a big reason why you don't eat pork from hanging over, and it's not necessarily medical. It actually goes back before people start researching what pig oil and skin does. It actually is a lot before this. Pigs were heavily associated with the goddess or feminine gods in society, and so if a society becomes influential, they don't eat pork because the pig is seen as a honorary image or vestige of her. It kind of falls over to that, and then it falls into other religions that come after. So then we have other religions that are coming or being formed after that, then they don't want to eat pork, but they don't really know how some of this stuff got kicked off and started outside of what the popular thought at a time before a new religion came into the area. So there's that. As far as in what you and Prince were talking about with like food in the mouth, it is a lot. It's a heavily consented topic about being careful what you put in your mouth. And this is where I'm going to go from the black and African perspective. So y'all know black people, for people who are in America, y'all be like, y'all don't eat everybody foods, but you be like, why do we say that, right? If we go to Western Africa, where y'all don't be mad at me because I'm going to try to pronounce it in English how I say it. The Ewe people, EWE, people who speak those linguistic groups, right? They're usually based in Benin, Togo. You can still find them in Nigeria, because it's a world, people can travel. But like, that's what we mostly are finding people over there. These are where, and I'm be honest, some of the people who write on this literature, they was at the time they wrote it, they was really off the hook. So they was calling them savages. But I'm not trying to be smart, but they was really racist writing this stuff. But anyway, these people, what they call like slave territory. I don't think Nigeria, Bogo, or Benin is slave territory. But anyway, they were saying about, and this is also heavily researched from Kemet, and I will tell you about this too, how, be careful of the mouth, because the soul comes in and out of the mouth. So there's no reason why people should see you eat. So when people get the rituals of no one should see you put food in your mouth, but you should also not put food in someone else's mouth.
That's what they.
Oh, you should not eat other people's food. So when we
rituals, they see the life when someone dies
God comes out of their mouth. So when you so when you watch movies, when somebody dies, the soul comes out. Even the Little Mermaid, when she signed her soul over to Ursula, you saw it come out of her mouth. The mouth is very delicate. The mouth is also associated with the goddess. The mouth has been able seen to heal or cure diseases. This is why, like, if you read the Bible, how Jesus was able to cure his vision with the spit in the mouth, that was traditionally seen as a feminine practice predating Christianity. So you would actually ask a woman to use their spit to clean the eye, or use their mouth to heal a disease. And that's also, they used to be kind of sometimes scared of women's mouths, so sometimes they would ask you to eat separately, because I don't want to see your feminine lips, because it's kind of dangerous, bro. You need to go. And so a lot of this time, this also comes out of Kemet, where we talk about what they call like I forgot how to say it in the language, but basically in English it'll be something like a statue ceremony, where it's called like opening the mouth ritual, where we try to put the spirit of a god. Like, just say if I get a Tahuti statue, right? And I need to do this ritual to put Tahuti in this statue, and then I have to treat this Tahuti statue like a real person, because he's now embodying the statue as a real person. So when you are Black American, you be like, where did this come from? It came from where you come from, or at least some of y'all, because some of y'all are mixed up, through the slave trade. Some of y'all were here before, mixed with people who weren't. Some of y'all are indigenous. But as far as in the Black American lexicon, where people like, oh, don't eat everybody cooking, that goes all the way back to that western part of Africa, and then through migration. Because I know my Nigerians be proud, but the reason why in that horn of Africa, a lot of the Kemet teachings that y'all are still practicing, and a lot of y'all traditional practices actually come from out of Kemet, and it's through migration that y'all went westward. This is heavily documented. This is not even something like, oh, B-More just made this up. You can go study this too. Even, no offense, some racist white man also wrote about how y'all migrated from out of from the eastern side over to the west, where we getting in like modern day Nigeria, Togo, or whatever. It's also even said too, when white people started to come into these areas, and they say, hey, how y'all get all of this stuff? This is the stuff that we see over in Egypt, right? Do you know what they said to them? They said, oh, don't worry about it, brother. We are the protectors of Kemet. We are the protectors of the knowledge of Kemet. And it is so embeddedly true. If you go read the e-files with the prolific
Jeffrey
trafficker,
files. Yeah.
In these files, they talk about sending children to West Africa, white children to West Africa, to learn divinatory practices that are coming out of Kemet over there. That's why I say y'all have to stop being so scary, because y'all got over here whole trafficking pirates flying all the way to Africa to try to get some of the mojo.
And this is why you have to be careful what you eat, what you drink. That includes alcohol. What Prince brought up with spirits in the bottle, because that's why they call it spirits in the bottle. But also that includes also sex. The reason why in Hollywood you have a lot of debauchery is because sex is also considered power, and it's involved in the 8th house. So when someone wants to subjugate somebody, is usually blackmailing. Blackmailing is involved in the 8th house as well. Espionage, CIA, FBI, underworld criminals, occultism, esoteric studies, taxes, shared resources, all that is the 8th house. So who you have sex with is also very important as well. And this is why sex is also used as a tool of power, because the 8th house also represents power. This is why you have so many gangs and mafias that use blackmailing. This is why you have the FBI and government that use blackmailing. And sex is a very important tool of power for blackmail. People have been enslaved because of sex. Whether you have a celebrity who's now pushing for a dumb policy because they got caught on camera giving another man head, and their image is pretending to be heterosexual, right? Or it can go even darker than that. But people have to also have sexual discipline because of these reasons as well. Like, again, who you have sex with is just as important as what you eat, and is just as important as what you drink, which is why you should not be giving over your sexual power to just anybody, or anyone for that matter. You have to be very careful with that. Look at Hollywood's history, whether you're talking about the music industry or the movie industry. Look at what happened with Isaiah, right? Isaiah was on camera having, sex with Mexican guys.
You talking about Isaiah Rashad?
Isaiah Rashad.
Yeah, Isaiah Rashad.
And Whack 100 said, I got the tapes. And whatever Whack 100 was trying to get money,
Tapes we don't nobody want.
Whether he was trying to get money or whatever he was trying to get, the whole point is
it's power.
It was for power, for whatever he was trying to get out the situation, right? And also, because the eighth house is what is hidden, that's why people a lot of times are mocked by whatever they're doing sexually. Because remember, sensuality and sex are two different categories. When it comes to sensuality, is usually is out and open, whether a certain type of lipstick or a certain type of dressing where you see the sensuality of someone with, it's a form of an attraction. The magnetism in the eighth house is actual sex, what is hidden, not seen. Yeah. That's why with these blackmail tapes, a lot of the times it's used to embarrass somebody, because it leaves from the eighth house and is brought into the 10th house, into the public, for said people who are being blackmailed to be seen. But nonetheless, be careful who you have sex with. Be careful who you trust. Don't let anybody just have sex with you. You have to have discipline when it comes to that as well.
To answer, it's kind of like a merging of Ariel's question and Prince's question about Eliezer and Charles Manson. Now, like I said, Eliezer died in 1947, not too far removed from World War II. I also would like to add that World War II had a lot of magic and occultism in it being practiced. And in the 50s, like I talked about before, in England, the witchcraft laws were lifted. This is also why, like I said, in pop culture, from like Bewitched. I don't know how old some of y'all are, or how old your moms are, or grandmamas, if y'all have any, I don't know. But Bewitched pops up around this time, and then we see like The Craft, the Teenage Witch, that movie that comes out in the 80s. Sabrina the Teenage Witch makes a revival in the 90s, as far as also her being a popular comic. And then you see stuff like Charmed, a lot of witchcraft shows. A lot of that is being inspired by these laws being lifted. Now, as far as in Aleister Crowley and Charles Manson, Charles Manson cut up towards the late 60s. The two also didn't really get a chance to meet, like people say. But if you find someone who believes in doing what you want, consequence free, and probably don't shower, you find that Crowley is not that far away. So how do they kind of meet? Mason's associate, which is Bobby, I don't know how to say it, y'all, but I think his name is Beausoleil. I think that's how you say it. If not, I would put it in the chat so y'all can look his name up or whatever. Whoever speaks that probably know better than me. But he was embedded in a lot of the 60s Hollywood underground, and he was associated with a filmmaker named Kenneth Anger, who was a devotee of Crowley. And through Beausoleil, Crowley's esoteric ideas tended to permeate that way. So like I said, if there's murder, poor hygiene, and a lack of consequence, you will find Crowley is not that far away. So his devotees is who taught Mason, through his links and friendships. So he met Bobby, and then Bobby put him on to Kenneth, and then Kenneth taught him these whole do what thy wilt philosophy, where again it's that religious, just to like refresh our memory, religious movement of dilemma. So if y'all looking at like what did Crowley make, what the do with thy wilt comes from his religious and philosophical movement called dilemma. It's not the same as Wicca. It's a lot of magical practices out here, spiritual practices, but it's called dilemma, THELEMA, if you want to look into it.
Believe it or not, a lot of picker girls, the girls who do reading, they are not that,
they don't mess with him
of Aleister Crowley. They do.
See that?
They know of him and even the Golden Dawn tarot card decks, but a lot of them are like they don't really like him much now, which is interesting how times are changing, because before then, that side was very fond of Aleister Crowley too.
You had to do with a lot of institutionalism too, because remember, the point you're talking about is Hollywood at its most powerful, and they definitely celebrated and they proliferated his teachings after his death too, through cinema, film, and even in the arts. So people going to school, they'll run into these. I know when I was going to dealing with museums and stuff, I ran into people that would casually bring him up, and they would try to make it seem like you're being presented this higher learning or this higher learned degree or whatever the case may be. But a lot of time, the reason why you're seeing that because we're defaulting out of this institutionalism as it stands today. But yeah, he was definitely celebrated around that time.
And to add to also what B-More was saying, but also to add to your question, the 8th house is the hardest house to pass, because it's also about obsession. So you can evolve or you can devolve. Like an example of an 8th house situation is Gollum from Lord of the Rings. So even when it comes to spirituality, people forget, even if it becomes popular, you can have something that is of low frequency and debauchery in occultism and esoteric studies that become wildly popular that is from the 8th house. Just like you can have something that is more of a higher frequency of someone who has passed the one could say the more harder tests within the 8th house and move on to the 9th house, which is where you finally get the reward. The 9th house is connected to Jupiter. You pass the 8th house, you get to the rewards of the 9th house. So going back to the 8th house, you have to pass the test, and some of it depends on what religious beliefs. If you're into Hinduism, it'll be Yama, will be the energy that is connected to the 8th house. But you got to pass a lot of tests when it comes to the 8th house. You got to pass obsession. You also have to pass danger, because danger is in the 8th house. And this is also why occultism and esoteric studies can be very dangerous. People who try to make it seem like it's not, they're lying to you, because first of all,
they probably trying to do you up, boo. So let's start with that. If they don't say you need to be safe, put a seat buckle on, put your chapstick, they trying to get you, girl.
Espionage, 8th house. Mafia, 8th house. Gangs, 8th house. FBI, 8th house. Sex, 8th house. Blackmailing, 8th house. Occultism, 8th house. Esoteric studies, 8th house. Taxes, 8th house. Debt, 8th house.
Psychological problems.
Psychology.
Also go to 8th.
Psychology, 8th house. So you get the theme here. The 8th house is not a joke. It's definitely something that you have to really pay attention to and really take it serious, because it is dealing with the hidden. And also there's a form of trusting your own intuition as well. The 8th house, a lot of it does have to do with also intuition, because remember, it's the unseen, right? People know about the FBI, but a lot of the FBI operations people don't know about until it's in your face. Like, people forget what took place with the gymnastic team. The FBI was investigating this for a very long time. It took them 30 years to get Nasser?
Yeah, also had to do with the, I'm not trying to be funny, also dealing with the genitals too, because of what took place with those young ladies. And Larry Nassar was on record as being the most prolific child molester in U.S. history.
CIA, you kind of know it from movies or books and stuff. You got CIA agents having podcasts right now, which is a form of manipulation.
The nigga with the missing tooth.
Right.
Oh no! I want to say with the one with the hair, he said, "I'm gonna teach you how we do on the job." I'm like, "What are you teaching me?"
He said, like, some episodes his tooth is missing and some of it
is
not.
So CIA, right?
Yeah,
you
fraud,
think you know the CIA because of movies and books and CIA podcasts, but in truth, you still don't know because it's hidden. People didn't even know about Mossad and what was connected with Jeffrey Mix and all that in Ghislaine Maxwell. Another thing too, 8th house, mafia and gangs. Okay, you think you know the Bloods and Crips and Italians and Jewish mafias and all that. You probably watch Godfather, be like, yeah, I know a little something about this whole 8th house. But no, you still don't know, because there's still more that is hidden. Even how widespread trafficking is. People had an idea of it, but then when they see the Jeffrey Mix files, they're like, oh wow, this is way more extensive than what I thought it is, because the eighth house is what is hidden, what is unseen.
Yeah. Also gives you secrets too.
Secrets.
Yeah.
I will also say too, like, thinking, and this was so random. I was in the car. I was in my home state of Maryland. I shit y'all not. Why the FBI had took a commercial on the radio? I said, dang, y'all down bad like that?
Oh, you talking about they were asking for
recruits?
Yeah.
I said, what the heck? This was before Trump, y'all. This was years ago, and my mouth was open. I was like, dang, I ain't never seen y'all down bad like this.
Yeah, you guys might be able to get on.
Y'all might be able to get a job.
Yeah, might be able to get on with the FBI before ICE.
Yeah, because I was like, dang, I didn't know y'all was down bad like that. Now y'all be hiring anybody.
Well, they see it across board too, even with the military, because they're saying they're having lower numbers right now. So they're trying to make provisions, and to the point what you bring about the FBI, we kind of bending on our standards here a little bit.
I said, dang, y'all just, they said, hello, this is the FBI. Please serve your next. I said, on the radio?
It's also because of espionage, you can don't ever trust what you hear or see completely. Yeah. If someone says, hi, I worked for the CIA, I'm on this podcast, let me tell you the truth.
With a fake missing tooth.
First of all, that's already a red flag.
And that wig.
You'll never get the entire truth from somebody that's involved in the eighth house.
Let me tell you what we did in the CIA.
You will get a half truth, but something is always going to be missing.
It's also,
and that's why you have to go study.
No, it is interesting because, like, to the point, like, you guys, if you was little, you guys remember, like, nobody really could get their hand on what a CIA agent even looked like.
That's why I was shocked.
Yeah, but now they're on podcasts.
Why do I see you?
With Joe Rogan. All right, guys, let me tell you what we do in the CIA. You know, we really wouldn't do. We wouldn't go in and exactly. It's like, first of all, it's marketing and branding, because remember, if you go back to 50s and 60s and 70s, how they marketed the CIA, especially in the early 90s and late 80s, they kind of made them look cool. They made them on the end. Their suits was really sharp. They usually found good-looking actors and actresses to play these roles. Today, how will they market and approach you? They make you look like a Joe Rogan bro. Well, yeah. Like, you're surfing, you think you're drinking loose leaf tea, you know, you're a gamer, you're into programming. But guys, I do work for the CIA. This is just what I do.
It's still for my espionage.
Yeah, so
it's called hidden in plain sight. It's when you take an eighth house theme and you present it to the public, and it's hidden in plain sight. We see that also what we're talking about here when it comes to sigils and companies. Like, there are companies that have the dark sun. There are companies that have a lot of sigils that people, it's right there in their face. They just don't know what it is or what it means. They just don't understand the language.
A lot of company logos.
Like, Prince and I have seen all these CIA agents in their podcasts. The whole point is, now it's time to be hidden in plain sight in a different way. Man, I'm just open and transparent. Transparency. 8-1.
Yeah, man. You know, so be more. This is, you know, in the CIA, what we normally do is, not talk. All right, I believe you. All right, but no, that's what they're kind of doing right now, is the rebranding. But yeah, Beamer, you can continue on. You was talking about.
The other thing I'll add too about you and Ariel's question, Mason was also adding in parts of Scientology too to his crazy sandwich. He was adding that in, so it was like Dilemma with Crowley, Scientology, you know, and he just mixing all of this stuff together, which, I mean, it's called syncretism, but either way, it ended badly, as y'all all know. But that's what he was doing. But he learned the first part of it from Bobby Beausoleil and Kenneth Angry. And Kenneth Angry and them, they taught him. Because actually Hollywood is his Hollywood students is what kept him afloat towards the end of his life period, because he was more destitute and just really, I believe he could have had maybe like some mental offness or whatever after all those drugs and all of this experimental stuff. But they were actually keeping him afloat. So a lot of his students were like paying for his housing, lodging, and so he was making his circles through Hollywood. So a lot of his towards the end of his life, later students, like towards that golden era of the 30s and 40s, a lot of them are coming out of Hollywood. So some of his last students are there. So Mason is he connected with one of his students, and they taught him the lemma, and then he mixed that with Scientology, and then later into the late 60s, 70s, you see about that murder that kind of took place.
That's why people also got to remember with Purvabhadapada, the Nasatra in Vedic, it is about a burning sensation too. I'm not doing no jokes. I know that Alice probably did have STDs, but meaning they can go to the extreme where they actually burn, because they go so extreme with spirituality where it's self-inflicting. They usually self-sacrifice themselves.
Yeah, they catch on fire
and they burn because that's the way that they are.
Yeah, they become a funeral pyre and they burn themselves up.
See that?
Because they go to...
Because by we get to Uttara Bhajpada, ain't nothing left.
And this also is very important too, because religions can go into mafias as well, because before we get to the 9th house, we have the 8th house.
Yeah.
So sometimes there are religions that still have connections to the underworld. There are some religions that still deal with mafia. So yes, we go to the 9th house, which is... The 9th house is institutions, is higher learning, is abundance. But there are some religions that still have connections to the previous house, which is the 8th house, which we're talking about.
The
criminal.
Mafias and people of the underworld.
We need to talk about like the legacy of the potency, how gangster the Pope is. All right, the whole concept of it. Also, shouts out to Self-Made here, says, hey, the government is recruiting psychics, witches on TikToks. I've seen some of those commercials, those little ads. I thought they were trolling, but I guess not. No lie, I saw more than a couple of videos on it. So they even have known astrologers on the actively working for the government. Yeah, the other side of it is this. See, this is why
John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, John F. Kennedy. I was just about to say that. John F. Kennedy's appointed psychic, at the end, before she passed away, it was revealed she had been working for the United States government all that time. And this is where the joke comes in at. In fact, 2 years ago, the CIA had just released a report. It's on Internet Archive. You can still find the links loosely on Google. When they were talking about studying astrologers, psychic phenomenon, what they come to a conclusion on. They've been studying this for a long time, and it works hand in hand within the government. Again, what is put out in pop media, pop culture, is to lambast it, or to give you like, Professor Xavier, make stuff so extreme that it's like, nah, no way.
And that's why the 8th house deals with psychology and danger. What does it mean? You always have government, mafias, and all these other entities and organizations. They play mind games with people. That's why psychology is very important here. And this is when we go also into profiles, personality profiles.
Bring them out.
Noam Chomsky was supposed to be a profile of the hero. He's the archetype of the hero. He was still in the Jeffrey Mix files, right? There are people who are programmed to be the villain. People also get in trouble when they try to step out of their character profiles as well. Let's say one day somebody really wants to be the hero, and they're like, no, shut up. You're supposed to play the hero. Nobody said you're supposed to actually do anything good. You're not supposed to really solve any fucking issues. You're supposed to play the hero to give people hope. Just like there are certain people who are character profiles is to play the villain so people can be pessimistic. But the whole point is psychological games, and this is also why the 8th house deals with psychology. To understand human nature, so you can understand how to manipulate human nature, you have to understand human nature, right? You got to understand color theory. You have to understand a lot of things, how to create a certain environment where you know how will people react to that environment. And it also has a lot to do, to some degree, I know the 5th house deals with speculation, but there is some form of a betting system in there. Because what happens when someone becomes an anomaly, they're very good at transformation. Going back to the 8th house. Oh, wow. this person did something in their environment that usually most people don't do. Okay, it's time to upgrade and transform the environment so now the anomaly doesn't be the anomaly anymore. And this is where we go into transformation, back into Prince's question and also what we're talking about here. The 8th house deals with transformation. So mafias can transform. The CIA and espionage organizations can transform. They can always also get more information to figure out how to deal with the psychology of human beings. And when people start figuring things out, CIA agents are now on podcasts explaining things to you out in the open. More transparency. So because you have right now Pluto's in Aquarius, the collective is starting to understand things. Wait a minute, my entire life has been mapped out in certain ways when it comes to society. Well, it's time now to upgrade it. Since y'all love podcasts so much, we'll have CIA agents be on podcasts, speaking gospel, saying their transparency. They're also critical of the U.S. government. They're saying all the right things.
As the general public. And the hidden, be more sin breakdown with Pluto being the air sign, Aquarius, so it becomes out in the open. It's kind of like what you're seeing with the technocrats. You see how they're coming out. They're like, no, we do run y'all government. And in fact, we kind of want to get rid of Social Security. We want to transform government, too, on top of that. And, people bringing up in the chat Project Looking Glass. That was them looking to see if they could predict events or even influence events. But technically, like espionage. Polymarket. Great point. It's right there. It's a part of your lexicon.
Pluto is an Aquarius.
It's coming out in the open. It's telling you what it is. But not trying to be funny, not to creep people out, but like CIA assets or the agents. You have FBI agents. You have CIA assets, right? They kind of always been there. A lot of times you're looking at them as some of your major news anchors, but now because broadcasting has shifted to more of an Aquarian nature, which is the public podcasting. Now they're on the podcast with you, talking about B-boy. They doing makeup tutorials.
Hi, this is Amberlyn. I'm like, bye, Amber. Bye.
You gotta admit within yourself, we are susceptible. Every human is. Not one person escapes this. When someone is charismatic, when you like somebody's personality, and also when you like the visual aesthetics of someone, you're more susceptible to listen to that person if someone can make you laugh, if someone can connect to you on a human level, even to the point where even if you start to think there's something fishy about the person, that strong or that 8th house magnetism is how people get flipped when we're talking about the 8th house and even psychology. So you also just got to remember, it's more so about yourself with dealing these things. If you admit to yourself what you're attracted to, what things pull on you more, you can have a bit more control when it comes to understanding how you can be manipulated based off of the different likes that you have or the different things that you're attracted to.
Yeah.
It's more so honesty. The more you're honest with yourself, the less control people have over you. So again, it starts with you. Again, the more honesty you have with yourself, the less control others can have over you.
Yeah, I was watching this one YouTube channel, and it was a woman. She was talking about her routine with like meal prepping, and I'm like, I can get responsible, try to prep something. I don't know got all them containers, boo, but I can need to plan out my meals,
I got this.
So I don't be like looking in the opening the fridge. You keep opening the door, closing it, open the door. So I'm like, I need to plan. Baby, this lady was like, well, here's my recipe. So I'm looking at the recipe. I'm like, dang, ain't nothing on here. Mind you, this was a black girl. So I was like, ain't nothing on this food, girl. Are you okay?
Right.
So people was like, girl, you need to put some spices on it. She said, no, my sister. If I put spices on it, I would gain all this weight back. I don't care if this is healthy or not. Like, I can't season my food like that. Because I know when I season it, if it tastes good, I'm going to keep running back to that pot. I'm like, dang. I'm glad I don't have that problem.
Oh, you talking about the excessiveness.
Yeah, she said if it tastes too good, I won't stop eating. I'm like, dang. But I'm good you lost that weight, boo, but gang.
Yeah, sometimes it takes that. Sometimes
she said, the food has to be bland. I'm like,
the food has to be bland.
What?
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Prince.
Oh no. I was you can go ahead. I'll go after you.
Only thing I was going to say too with like a lot of this stuff with that. I think Metaphysics made a comment talking about something they teach in occultism in college. I would, if you're interested in that, I would encourage you to look up occultic studies that they have already taught in college. They used to teach this stuff. I have a literal textbook from 1800s that talks about occultic botany. They used to teach astrology. So they used to teach this stuff in college all the time, and it didn't. So in the West, where certain parts is sometimes a little bit different in the East, I talked about how the Vedic period or with Hinduism kind of went down, and the Buddhism had to like help. The Buddhists had to like help keep the document and the energy going. They've had periods like that over in the West too, where they used to teach you in college, and then we're going from like the Middle Ages up to modern time, and then it kind of falls off. People think it's dumb. People want to separate mysticism from sciences, and then it's kind of gone up and down in human society, regardless of where you are. So no, if you're looking at traditional, what we call like high places of higher education, where you're going to like an institution to educate yourself, this is not the first time they have taught occultism in a university setting in the history of humankind. And it's really as something as far back as like 1600s, 1700s. I have the books. I have a textbook of them teaching. And one book, it'll be like, this will cure a stomach ache. You go to the next page, this will exorcise a demon. I said, oh, okay, girl.
Well, that's why it's also very important
funny,
to be comfortable with who you are too.
Remember Simba.
Propaganda in media is for you to conform
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
You know how many people giving people evil eye and stuff because of where somebody's having victory or winning at? Stop being a loser. Find out what is supposed to be for you. There are too many people that don't even know what makes them happy because they're too focused on trying to be envious and jealous of other people. Be happy with who you are and where your greatness shines. Don't try to conform just so you could be jealous of somebody else's light. Well, guess what? You gonna be jealous because you're trying to be somebody else. Be yourself. Find out what you like. Find out what you like and what you don't like. Don't try to be a mimicker where you like constantly mimicking what somebody else is doing. Find out who you are as a person. That's very important. A lot of people mind is molded through media, and even now new forms of media. And then also when we're talking about Pluto and Aquarius, even when we're talking about the collective, and remember Pluto is connected to the 8th house, so you're talking about the shadow side of the collective as well. The 8th house also deals with what you have to deal with before you get to freedom. That's why Scorpio even deals with enslavement or freedom. You gonna choose to enslave others, or you gonna choose to free others? You gonna enslave yourself, or are you gonna free yourself? Even the story of Anakin, even we're talking about Palpatine. Power in the 8th house is a little bit of there's a trick there. Yeah, the 8th house deals with shared resources. It also deals with power, but it also can deal with somebody being enslaved. There's something you can think that can make you powerful, but you don't even realize you're signing up for your enslavement. Let's look at gangs. There are people who join gangs because they're like, it's a sense of belonging.
I'm going to get power.
It's a power. Only for some of them, they get shot down quickly. The age of 17, gone.
Well, yeah.
Age 21, let's say you hit it off, you making money. Oh, wait, no, you got to split it with 5 other people, baby.
8th house, yeah, remember they said that.
So the trap is also what you think is power. Anakin thought, man, Palpatine is going to teach me about he's going to show me the way to be powerful. He ended up being a mutated slave.
Yeah.
Up until his son, Luke, freed him of his confinement. So you got to be also very careful about the 8th house, because the 8th house can also mean you either going to do what you need to do to move on to the 9th house and be free, or you're going to be chained up as some slave who thinks they're powerful, but you're really not. You're used as a weapon, because Anakin became Darth Vader. He became a weapon he wasn't someone that was actually free.
Yeah, even when you bring it up about gangs, again, all of it is exploitation. Usually, if you find out with most gangs, even Aryan brotherhoods, or usually a lot of cases, very few women and men actually ascend to a position of power. And even with that hierarchy, you're still having to answer to someone. This is one of the reasons why they exploit the resource of the vessels, the little vessels that are joining at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 16. And at some point, men and women that are able to graduate in life have some higher learning, to y'all point about the ninth house after the eighth. You also see a veneration where they've left these eighth house themes that dealt with violence, sex, or even, just forms of violation and exploitation, where they've graduated and they're like, I want to be a father, I want to grow a family, or whatever the case is, I want to move to the next level in life. And that typically happens. But yes, with Hollywood, yes, they do heavily celebrate what we talked about with Crowley, which the reason I was bringing up be more about the 60s and 70s, because they start this pandemonium wave of what is themed as the Antichrist. But and I know people, they were like, well, the Antichrist is going to come back as Obama's black blue lips, when in reality, the original authors of the concept, at least how they experimented in the 70s and 60s, they said that this will be a movement. The movement is the Antichrist.
That's why we what y'all did on y'all Patreon about Satanism, Luciferianism is really important, because once his students were in influential places of power in pop culture, because I also asked why he's so popular. Most of his students, a lot of his students are in the Hollywood circle. So like how I told you how Mason was able to meet Bobby, and then Bobby was a filmmaker and blah, blah, blah. So then they can make movies and songs and all of this, and how Ozzy Osbourne was over there. And like all of these people can make songs. Like they even have a song about Crowley.
Mr. Crowley.
Right. So this also keeps his image alive in a lexicon. But also
Strong
like
magic.
them, and this is why y'all have to really be careful about influence and how a brain works. So like, okay, y'all know how if y'all ever used AI and you be like, tell me something about peanut butter and jelly, and they start bringing random facts together about peanut butter and jelly, but it's whatever is available already in a lexicon.
Right, yeah.
The human mind does the same thing. So whatever you have available to you as far as like a point of reference in education, now you can go and do deeper studies. Y'all have libraries, and y'all can go get an ebook, and I don't know, y'all can just go, right? It starts at that point. The same way that model is based off of AI is how people are. So imagine if his students have access to make all of your entertainment, songs, music, movies, books. So as they're feeding you all of this stuff, like somebody came in here talking about something, he was a good fairy. Bless your heart, sweetie, because you must have been watching one of his students. And I'm not judging nobody. If you a person and your chart set up to go over there towards the deep dark end, jump, baby. So I don't care. But my point is, when we have people feeding suggestive propaganda to you, or painting these people in a certain image, your only point of information and reference is that this person is a good person, blah, blah. No, that maybe the movie you're watching, for instance, like Keith Anger, the director, his mentor was Crowley. Or you like listening to Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne, okay? His mentor was Crowley. So when we're starting to take in some of this information, your point of reference is to what you already have. Just like, and so this is I'm gonna let you go after. This is the bandwidth of information, but also your bandwidth of ignorance. Okay, so if everybody who's told you about this person is either been his student, they're already into a certain level, a lower position than him. But they also have a higher position than you to make propaganda or make entertainment to influence other people. And you have to examine that. And that is actually it's actually a form of literacy, to take in information and to question it and put it into its proper place, which is why when I was talking about the revival era going from like the late 1700s and 1800s, and what Prince was talking about, why is this making an uptick? Because literacy rates are going up. When we get into that middle age era with the whole burn witches by their breast, less literacy. So why literacy is important is not just reading, but also being able to decipher information and put it into proper context, into proper spaces. So if your students are a lot of Hollywood's to do stars from the 60s and 70s, so during that time rock and roll is one of the biggest genres, okay? So a lot of rock and roll stars are linked with Crowley, filmmakers, all this other stuff, and you take in all of this information, then these people are going to be modeled and shaped a lot by that, and people have to examine that. I'm not telling people whether they should follow Crowley or not. That's your business, because people's charts are different. You could look at someone's chart and see they need to follow the religion of their father, whatever that is. Your father's Muslim and your mom's Christian, you need to be a Muslim because you need to go with your father. Or you need to follow a religion where a woman is centerpiece. Maybe you need to be a Catholic. You go pray to the Virgin Mary, or whatever religion speaks to you to be that. Some people, they will be atheists. Some people, they will convert, and that's it. Or they will always be born somewhere a certain way in a certain religion, and that's it too. That's fine. I don't care. But my point being, as far as in like breaking down information, like think about, there's a concentration of his students in Hollywood. They make entertainment pieces. You digest this entertainment. So when they talk about the antichrist movement and the scare coming out of the 60s and 70s and all this other stuff, those are his students helping to propagate and spread on the gospel of his religion, which is dilemma. Dilemma is, I could argue, is a religious practice.
It's his disciples.
Yes. Oh, your
disciples
right. So like, just to say a whole bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses was in Hollywood. They make Jehovah's Witness movies. Then they come to you and say there will be a second coming of Jehovah, and then you're like, wow. How did we get here? Because they're all there.
Even with the Jeffrey Mix files, where people allege that George Lucas may have had dealings with Jeffrey Mix, you got to look at these people with detachment. I'm not attached to George Lucas to the point where just because I love his work, in particular Star Wars, that he could just do anything and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm down with it. No. But what B More is saying here, entertainment is still, you're still digesting something though.
Yes, it is.
So do you have a good immune system where you could say, I can love any artist's work, but that doesn't mean I am worshiping this person? There are some people who worship George Lucas and they'll defend him no matter what because he created Star Wars.
It's that cult of personality, though, that was definitely pioneered in the 60s and 70s. That, they talked about this. And remember, again, what's supposed to be attractive about a lot of these this corporate entertainment is to make some form of slavery attractive, and they want to bind you to some sort of ideology. Like B. More gave up the great example about, maybe the Jehovah's Witnesses were running Hollywood for the past 30 years. And they're like, man, this is really turned up. Or like what Sin is talking about with enslavement to these schools. That's why charisma is very important in figureheads, but also equally it can be a threat to the state.
And guess where charisma comes from?
Come on, B. More.
The 8th house. People with strong 8th houses are charismatic. They have a natural sex appeal that appeals to people. So people were like, I don't have no charisma. 8th house probably beat up, boo. Not gonna lie. 8th house getting hit hard, okay? 8th house malefics getting beat up.
MK Ultra is a form of controlling somebody. It's programming the mind. Just like psychology. So when you have people who do have strong charisma, they do have the ability to supplant themes into people that they will follow without questioning. I'm sorry, the perfect example is Drake and Kendrick. You have people who will follow Drake off into the end of the world, and people who will follow Kendrick off to the end of the world. And I'm not talking about people who know them personally, because that's different. If you're related to Drake or Kendrick or whatever, that's different. That's your family, that's your blood. Or if you're close friends with them or romantic partners or whatever. But for the people who don't know them in any type of way beyond their art and their charisma is where
the charisma of the art.
You are molded into their image. And this is why, like, if you're like, yo, I'm OVO, you're molded into Drake's image. I'm a Barb, you're molded into Nicki Minaj's image. whatever. I'm a TDE, PG Lane, whatever people rep for Kendrick. I'm molded into their image, and also it's a form of branding. Now, branding can go one or two ways. Branding can be like a group or a crew on some Fonzie stuff where people are having fun with each other as a group, and I get it. But branding also can mean a form of you're claiming. You're being claimed as something. Not being claimed as your own, you're being claimed as something else. So you're being branded as something else.
Well, look at the language that we use. Brand, property, right? On the back end, forms of enslavement at their worst, right? That's my brand. I brand my property, or sometimes the followers are part of my brand that I've branded them, because we've seen Nicki say, and the Barbs, they do what I say, or the Barbs got my back, and that does play a role.
Right.
Play
a role. Go ahead.
Only thing I was just going to say, I was just going to finish the other part. I was going to say the light side of charisma, and to be more point about the eighth house as well. The light side of course, you can make money off of this person. They can get you motivated. But remember, the dark side of it for establishments such as government or dark orders, a charismatic person that's pro the underclass or pro a class that's against a ruling class, even if the class is not necessarily good, right? They can become a threat to the state. This is why typically you see government and CIA try to asset charismatic people, because I can put somebody that ain't got no style in front of you, and I might be able to elevate them. I can pump all the money into them, but the staying power is in the charisma, if it's there or not.
But also people forget that the eighth house can be also what repulse you. But you still can't stop looking. If you are overly into somebody, even if they upset you, even if they disgust you, you have been pulled into the eighth house. Again, if the eighth house also can deal with something, even when you're talking about magnetism. Magnetism doesn't always have to mean, I know even on a subconscious level, I'm into this. This is why programming and dark psychology come into play. You could be repulsed by something and still can't look away. That's the eighth house. So if you find an individual to be repulsive, but you still can't turn away from news or information on that person, you have been put into the eighth house, because that person is still pulling you in to where there is still interest there. And if there's still interest there, then there is some type of psychological seed that has been implanted in you for you to still be interested in this person, even if you despise them.
Yeah, it's the charm of reality TV, the charm of social media. We have a lot of that. Everybody talks about, in the 90s, late 90s, the Jerry Springer culture, early 90s, late 90s. Social media is that times 1,000, and there's plenty of situations where people cannot turn their heads from,
I would also like to piggyback off of Kendrick and Drake. They both have very strong eighth houses. This is why they tend to be famous internationally. Interesting enough, their planets in the eighth houses, psychologically, they don't like each other, so I find that funny. Because they're pulling their own power and influence versus other people, and they don't, those planets, I don't like you, okay? Stop coming to my face. You get on my nerves. I think that's interesting. But even then, you saw that for almost 2 years, these two men, because they have such a strong eighth house, almost like obsessive, erotic.
People became obsession,
about how they don't like each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
So, as annoying as that was, people complaining like, dang, like, we can't do nothing or whatever. This is getting tired. Like,
eighth house power.
But that's eighth house. Like, obsessive.
And that's why,
honorary mention to Rahu, Lilith, and sometime Pluto. But they give obsession.
Drake and Kendrick both have a strong eighth house. In Vedic astrology, Drake has Rahu in the eighth house, I believe in Pisces. And in Vedic astrology, Kendrick has Venus in the eighth house. So, in Taurus. in Vedic astrology. So that's why the people who orchestrated this, who after 10 years finally let loose for these people to engage, they knew that it was going to take over hip hop, because they knew that not only their fan bases will become more obsessive, but other people will become obsessive. Let alone Pluto is an Aquarius, so you add it into the algorithm.
Group collective.
So the collective, if you talk about Drake and Kendrick all day, will elevate you in the algorithm, because we want to elevate super fans, so Jimmy Iovine, Complex, UMG, Spotify, and the rest of them can make money. That's the dark end of Pluto and Aquarius, everyone. Checkmate.
Yeah, 2 years, you all. And people are like, man, it's been 2 years. Yeah, absolutely. And look what people were doing in each base. Espionage on each other, doxing each other. People, we told you, we had people trolling on our page like, yeah, man, it's fuck Kendrick, right? And then you go to their thing, they're like pro Kendrick, just testing creators, right? So those are the things that they did. But I do think overall for the money dynamic, because, you know, wealth, hidden wealth, a lot of hidden wealth was unlocked in this 2-year battle for the corporations, not for some of the reactors and some of the podcasters. You know, they got a little bit of money, but the corporations made out pretty big on this situation
the
here.
The problem is doxing was involved because Pluto is in Aquarius, so the whole doxing culture even spread further. You also have in the 8th house, people's lives were put at risk. Something still can possibly happen.
Tied to alleged gangs.
Yes, because both Drake and Kendrick allegedly are connected to mafias. Even Jay-Z, don't make me ya. You saw Strategy King glossing Ye's wife is connected to allegedly mafias. So the 8th house also deals with danger. This is why when people say, oh, nothing can happen with a battle. Okay, can you fucking stop it? Tupac and Biggie had mafias. Both of them died. It doesn't mean that Kendrick and Drake is going to die. But when you're talking about 8th house, danger is in the 8th house, including death. Now, death doesn't necessarily have to mean a physical death. It can lead to a transformation. Maybe a philosophy dies or a way of thinking or something. Death comes and is transformed into something else. But it can also mean an actual physical death as well. You have mafias, you have organizations that are also connected to CIA, Mossad, FBI, just, you know, all those type of espionage agencies around the world. You can never say anything that involves the 8th house doesn't have danger, because danger is indeed in the 8th house. Which is why when people will talk about pick a side, no, fuck off. I don't know what y'all are doing. I don't know what y'all are up to, and I do not want to be a part of it because something funky is going on.
It looks janky if you were to look at it. It all looked janky.
I don't want to be a part of somebody MK Ultra package of whatever they're doing. I like to be a free thinker. Prince like to be a free thinker, and so does B More.
Yeah, the public look. I mean, again, definitely the great espionage rap battle 2024. That it still got people caught up in this pool today. Be more. You can continue on. You was just talking about like strong 8th houses pulling people into these situations.
Because the 8th house is very uncomfortable with the 1st house, some people will suppress or reject this entirely, and some people will live for it. And I think it depends on what their 1st house is doing. 1st house lord, who's the enemy, who's the ally in the chart, like the planetary war that goes on in the chart. But it really do depend, you know, how the chart says so, and how well these people will be comfortable with the whole thought of the 8th house. There's some people that would never go into it. I would also like to add too, sometimes with certain parts of the 8th house, it's also why some people, they don't like deep researching or like deep thoughts and stuff like that. Depending how the chart is set up, these people will avoid research. These people will avoid it. So like, to a certain extent, religion is a bit easier because it's a ritualistic practice, where occultism is not necessarily so ritualistic, and it doesn't involve big things. It's easier for a person to get into religion than it is to get into occultism, because it requires a lot of research as well. So like they may or may not. Sometimes I see people 8th house, depending on how it's set up. I think a good way to just bypass all of this, you need to go research something. Get into or deal with research, So that's typically like what I see. Even if you just go to like something benign or something like that, you should probably just try to get into research, because that a strong 8th house could be kind of good with that. But unfortunately, when you talk about that battle, they was researching where people live.
Well,
and
this is a very important thing to say, because we're about to wrap up the show. Another thing that's very important about this is, like, look, this channel always goes into theories and talk about espionage. So what happened in 2024 with us wasn't nothing new. I just didn't like how it was trying to and make everybody identity up to these people. Like, I do not care if you like or don't like Kendrick or Drake or Cole, whoever. And that's very important to say, because everybody has their own autonomy. You are not a bad person or a good person depending on if you like a fucking rapper or not. And that needs to be said so people can break the fucking chains from the MK Ultra, from the industry, with this super fan shit. But another thing that's very important to talk about, even when we're discussing the 8th house, and one part we did forget to mention was the hidden treasures, which is why it's good that Prince brought it up. Hidden treasure is connected to the 8th house as well. And who usually finds all the nuggets of hidden treasures? Mafias, organizations, and also shared resources, taxes. Remember, debt is used as an excuse to take people's treasures sometimes, right?
Take their hidden treasure.
And how is debt created? So, you always got to be careful with the 8th house, and what is connected to the 8th house is very important, even when we're talking about hidden treasures as well. And wherever Pluto is connected to, like even when we're talking about Pluto in Aquarius, when we're talking about Poly Market and Kalshi, and even when we're talking about Peter Thiel and all these technocrats, Elon Musk. And also because of Aquarius dealing with the internet, we have espionage on the internet. Yeah. So remember, right now you're having an espionage war between Roc Nation, allegedly, and Young Money, OVO, and all this stuff. So what does that mean? This means on social media is about digging up dirt. Okay, who has the best information that can tear down Kendrick or Drake, whether it's true or not, right? The espionage is on the internet because Aquarius is in Pluto. So people are trying to recruit people to become little espionage, brown shirt spies online for something as useless as celebrities, where you have bigger things to worry about. But still, nonetheless. Now, beyond hip-hop, how can this be utilized? I mean, we have China and United States. We have also hackers are becoming even more prevalent. We have social media. Where X on the surface level, it's just a social media website. No, in the background is data mining. So social media is a part of the internet.
Hidden treasure. Your data is your hidden treasure, and they trying to take it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Your most valuable treasure.
Information.
Too.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. What you got? What information you got from me, right?
The data wars.
The data wars. So you got to remember, the 8th house is also going into the internet online, because Pluto is connected to the 8th house and Aquarius is in Pluto. So 8th house themes are online. This is why people are threatening people even more so online. Not to say it didn't exist before Pluto and Aquarius, but look at all this goofy stuff. People threatening people's lives.
Also, more criminals are online.
Exactly.
I ain't never seen as many. Because no offense,
CIA podcasters, gangbangers on the microphone talking.
Criminals are 8th house. I shouldn't see you. Why are you talking? I shouldn't even know you exist, because that's the nature of it.
Because Pluto's in Aquarius, so they online. They talking. They telling people what culture is and isn't. So mafias are online.
Constant
Italian gangsters talk about, when I was in the mafia, this is so is what was going on. Because remember, Gotti got in trouble by being a chatty patty.
He was talking too much. The other Godfathers told him
he was ahead of his time.
They said you gotta shut up. But also
he was ahead of his time, because if he would have just waited to Pluto being in Aquarius, he could have been online yapping his gums off.
You're right about that.
You're right.
And also, you do have a constant energy of very aggressive, strong, rebellious energy from large groups online.
Yeah,
you are getting a lot of that, and you guys speak to this as well. Is that whether people want to accept it or not, do you guys understand? We are being introduced to a new ruling class, the technocrats. Like Look how
New
comfortable.
form of power.
Yeah, like look what they're saying. Elon Musk bankrolled Trump's campaign. He dropped $200 million into his campaign, allegedly.
And he
You
still
right?
may become the first trillionaire in society, even though he hasn't had nothing to say.
Right.
X isn't even successful, but Elon know where to find that dark money.
Yeah, but even and then look at what Peter Thiel has said.
Yeah.
Peter Thiel has stated about terraforming the government, and that is dealing with Pluto and Aquarius. He's even talking about, even because B-More talked about this as well. We used to talk about this on around the time of his inauguration, that he had a lot of Aquarian themes the day he was sworn in, and transformation of government, or what would be traditional government. And people are feeling like now they're saying we're in the Gilded Age 2.0. And Trump, when they asked him, they said, do you care about what the American people was going through? He says, no, I don't care. We're moving on forward. And Peter Thiel has said on record that America, even if they're talking about America versus USA, you want America overtly ran like a corporation. And that, remember what they were introducing us to at the beginning when Trump got in? Elon is the shadow president. They kept talking about, right?
And then they said to fight this, we'll create another shadow faction. I'm like,
But
in the Yu-Gi-Oh is going on here?
This is why this is very important.
They're just introducing people, getting you comfortable to this new form of government.
You can't become a trillionaire without the government. This
Right.
is a perfect example of Pluto and Aquarius. This is a great thing to explain to people. Elon has the possibility of being a trillionaire, not because he did something grand. He has made great relationships
With the government.
with eighth house energies connected to the government. We're talking about organizations, intelligence agencies. The intelligence agency want more data. Give us the data. Elon like, well, me and my partners who back me, well, we got X. We got other forms of data mining. So Elon does have a possibility of becoming a trillionaire because of his relationship with the government. This is very important for people to understand. This is not about someone just being an innovator and just based off innovation alone, they get into big money. No, this is very important. The government picks the winners and losers because the 8th house in Scorpio is connected to wins and losses, right? Now, doesn't mean the U.S. government or any government around the world is just invincible. They can also end up collapsing with Pluto and Aquarius because the people have the power. It's just... The problem with the people, though, they have to realize they have fucking power. That's the problem with everyday people. Everyday people become too obsessed with the Elons and other people. They forget that Pluto and Aquarius means that you have power too. You have to collectivize to push that power forward, and that will be a conversation another day.
Also,
but go ahead.
The other thing about Elon, and to you guys' point about you all's point about the 8th house, remember inheritance, because Elon inherits a lot of his power from his father and his ties with African and international government as well. So it's kind of like the gift that keeps on giving, So,
yes, that's another thing. Yes, the 8th house is about inheritance. So also keep in mind your bloodline and those things do matter. And also because the 8th house is about shared, be careful with who you share with, because there are a lot of people who have powerful bloodlines, and some of them are hidden because the 8th house is about what is hidden. But with that genetic information, what are you going to do with it? Oh, wait a minute. Some people gave their DNA over to 23andMe. Some people gave their DNA over already. So you get what I'm saying? Yeah. You get what we're saying here on this live show?
People laughed at us when
your
we was cooking
information, your DNA, your spiritual DNA, all this stuff about who you are is very important. And they're entities and organizations that already understand the power of that. And they're gobbling up that power at a quicker rate than you because you are late to the party of figuring out how important you are. They wouldn't need all of this if you weren't important for them to capitalize off of.
Also, Be More, recently on the Dummies Cauldron, you were speaking about, you was uploading recently concerning the book club and some of the other aspects of occult history that you were speaking about today, correct?
Yeah, so I just finished doing a post about the book club tier, so they have that. I'll be probably updating it on like my thoughts about it. It is an easy read book. It is talking about the history of witchcraft through the ages, particularly, you know, the stereotypes that people enjoy. So the brooms, the black cats, and all of that other stuff. So that is up on the Patreon tier. I will give my thoughts on that. We're probably gonna have to do a deeper dive because it's just like it's to really get you in there.
Put the link in the chat for you all.
Get you up in there. Okay. I also talked about sometimes when my patrons ask me questions, I turn them into posts. So latest posts, why do I feel the full moon or the new moon before it happens? You know, things like that. I'm working on some stuff. It's funny I brought up Pluto and Aquarius. Somebody asked me about that. So that post will probably be up talking about Pluto and Aquarius, the behaviors. It is a 20-year transit, but, you know, I'll talk about general things about it and maybe do something else, a more deeper dive on it with research permits. What?
And to all the mafia people and people who think, eureka, we got the game plan for listening to this. Not necessarily so, because you can rush into with technocrats to try to get money to be in an Elon position, but then you can get exploited as well. Elon can get assassinated or exploited. You never know. So you still got to be careful. You know, don't be rushing because you think, this is going to just get you to the money and all that other stuff. There are other variables you have to think about because the 8th house is still dangerous. So don't just think, Pluto, Aquarius, money, technology, boom, got it. No, there's also exploitation there because Pluto is about being powerful and powerless. So you can run up there being egotistical thinking, bam, I got it. Let me go up here and get this money. And then you end up getting exploited. Your body, your mind, and being left with nothing. So you have to actually be careful and go to the Dummies Cauldron.
Yes, absolutely. No, great point, Sam. Fantastic work. Be more. You did a bang up job yourself. So we're gonna put some of that. Both of y'all, everybody did good. So there you go. So my bad. I'm gonna do this one here. All right. So we're gonna do that one there. All right. So again, the Dummies Cauldron. I put the link into the chat. You guys can get over and subscribe. B More just dropped her information down there. 410-705-5305. And then you have the Dummies Cauldron at gmail.com if you want to have further readings, and if you have questions in general. She's routinely all the time uploading and posting on her Patreon.
And Fridays, B More and I are going to be back with esoteric occult studies. I'm going to be honest, we're going to be taking it slow. We're going to be careful about what we say and do ourselves. I do not want people taking what B More and I say and using it for evil purposes. Of course, as an individual, what you decide to do with your life is what you decide to do with your life. But there's already raggedy enough people out here in the world. We don't need more.
Yeah.
You know, I'm at this point where I'm going to give you a couple sentences, and one of these sentences will trigger trouble for you. So, based off of your chart, let it go.
All right.
I'm joking.
No.
But yeah, y'all are really crazy.
It's the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the Dummies Cauldron. They will be having a esoteric tier stream this Friday coming up. They're starting back up again. Look out for the post.
We need a new thumbnail. I'm tired looking at that Christmas thumbnail.
All right, Sam, you have fingers.
I got fingers.
You got fingers.
But still,
you know me.
Okay,
you got fingers. All right.
I get it. But you the one who said you was taking care of that.
Yeah,
so don't be trying to come up here and talk about
I got always fingers. Trying to problem solve
you
on the mic. Excuse you.
To do it.
Excuse you, little lady. This is I'm at work.
Yes, we're at work.
You at work. B-More's at work.
Yeah, we're at
work. We need to act in accordance before I report you to HR.
Every time I go to the Patreon, I'm like, damn, the same Christmas thumbnail. But
B-More says she like the elf ears. I only follow what the lady said.
I do like elf ears.
So, what am I going to do?
The Christmas
what
stuff.
Did the lady
I like
say?
Christmas too.
But I want a new thumbnail.
All right.
Because people keep looking at it and overlooking the damn. They need to act. They need to look at it and be like, wow.
Excuse you.
They gotta be like, yeah, I want to be.
The other individual on the microphone said she liked it. Why you coming at me? I'm just saying. I'm just honoring what the lady said. Whatever the design is, that's what I'm putting out there for y'all.
He said he was going to change it.
I said I was going to change it. So, but she also said she liked the elf ears.
I do.
You can.
I'm gonna be honest. I like it.
You can keep the elf ears.
I feel like they match my glasses.
Look. Nobody is having issues with the elf ears. The elf ears can stay. Just get rid of the other stuff.
Anyway,
Freshen
Sin.
it up, so.
That's like when I told Sin, get J. Cole out of them damn thumbnails.
And I agree.
All right.
Because people were getting bored every time J. Cole was in the thumbnail.
He's like,
and they would get really angry every time J. Cole was in the thumbnail.
It was like, we were to have a
that was
deep
very
dive.
demonic. I said, what on earth? And they just started just screaming. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all?
All right now. So let's see. They said Sin runs a slave sweatshop.
Not true.
Nah, she doesn't.
I'm
Because
a very loving teammate.
Because we routinely, if we have to, we put her in the trunk. All right. Shouts out to, I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Shout out to Jackie.
Oh, that's Jackie?
That's Jackie.
Oh, my bad. All right. She says here, thank you for a great stream. As always, we appreciate you so much.
Also,
man.
we appreciate you too, Pivot, as well.
Shouts out to Pivot. All right. We appreciate y'all so much. Real quick.
We like J. Cole music, but see, like, J. Cole.
Y'all be having allergic reactions.
J. Cole is very deserty.
There's something that goes on with our chat. It
just
might be
start
his
fighting.
chart in our chat because I told Sin, I said, every time we got that boy in that thumbnail, people start fighting.
So if you don't see J. Cole as much in the thumbnails because of Prince, he say he don't like people
I
arguing.
get tired of people getting angry on the microphone. Y'all don't understand here, man. He trying to set niggas up. I was like, bro, if he's doing it, you already set up. He already got you. All right.
Also, KJ Forever said me being in the trunk is funny. It would be because I would get out. Let's best believe I would get out of that trunk.
We're not putting her in the trunk, but we.
Sin is unusually strong.
Yeah.
That trunk ain't holding nothing.
Yeah, no, she is. But anyway, yeah, you have a new thumbnail, but it only stayed there because B More said she liked the elf ears.
I
you know?
do.
And
B
but
Moore's
I'll switch the
favorite-
elf ears up. I'll change it up.
Yeah,
you
B
know,
More's
do more
favorite
ears.
holiday is Christmas. So of course anything she'll keep Christmas there all day if you let her.
Halloween is growing on me.
See, that's
Sin
my
is
favorite
Halloween.
holiday.
Halloween is growing on
Holiday
me.
is my favorite.
But you know what?
B
Maybe
More started liking Halloween because
I'm
of me.
open to it. Do you want to switch it to like a Halloweeny looking one?
Oh, I'm just saying, just occultic in general. The thumbnail.
I don't care.
For
I
people
would.
to
I'll
come.
switch it.
You
It's
could keep the elf ears though.
fine. Deal.
They
Then
really work
also,
out.
then it wasn't really like an official start date either. So I was like, all right, well, so yeah, just redesign it. We put it up there, and you have a fresh new thumbnail, fresh set, and everything. And y'all get ready for this Friday. They're going to be live on the esoteric tier. We'll make the post on the community and get it cooking for that. In the meantime, you guys can get over to the Dummies Cauldron and check out B Moore's her dope post recently, especially the sexual impropriety. Do y'all see what's going on? How many people out here getting exposed for the politics they were doing in their undergarments?
Yes. Oh yeah. So the full moon in Sag. I talked about beginnings, endings, and sexual impropriety, and that reading I had put it on Patreon. I don't know. I might put it for my free members so you can listen to it too. But that is up. I'm actually working on the new moon in Gemini. Will be coming this week, so I'll be talking about that behavior. The best thing I can say for the new moon in Gemini: new perspectives and common sense. You know that's kind of generally the thing.
We can all go
I'll explain. In the video, I explain why I feel that way based off of the planets involved. But I will be doing a breakdown for that. Any of my Patreon members, because some of y'all are in the chat, if y'all have any more questions about Aleister Crowley, Thelema, also modern magic, I guess modern revival era from like late 17ish, the 1800s up until now, y'all can leave it in there, especially the book club tier, because the book club tier, we're going to be talking about this anyway, because y'all already have the book, so we can start talking about people like Charles Leland and the Gospel of the Witches of Aradia, and we could talk about the Malleifum Melicarium that actually was published in 1400 that gives us the actual blueprint of what a witch is, like the impotent peepees and flying on brooms and pacts with devils and all of those
stuff. For the religious people, we got stuff for y'all too. If you Christian, they got sigils for angels.
Yes, I will put the angel magic out there, but you see it's clearly hard because they all tired. They after they couldn't make the angel magic work, they went to the other way.
Before we close though, I'm not gonna lie, hip hop industry people, y'all have pissed me off because I want to just talk about occultism. Period. No having to not say certain things. Then after the whole fiasco in 2024, I'm like, you know what? damn,
Okay, Sin.
can't do that.
What, Sin? You know
So now,
Come on now. What you?
B More and I gotta be more selective.
There you go.
I want to
that.
have fun and talk about
You know
everything.
That's
That's
stuff that I
good.
can't really talk about anymore because now I have when I pick a book, a few things has to go on. Is it affordable? Because I need y'all to be able to buy it or whatever. I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to do y'all little bag of research.
Damn, Big More, come on, $62.
What is the I can't. There's some but stuff I would put it up there, but it's so expensive. Like I'm like I cannot ask them to pay for this. The other thing is this something with instructions in it that I feel like no, if I'm not trying to be smart, was y'all dumbasses do it? You know, would y'all do it? And then call me say, look, girl, the mirrors is falling down in my house. I like listen. Y'all have to stop it. So I have to think about like what I post and be honest and then be like, what's the likelihood of them doing this? Can they afford it? Are they malicious?
Into the one area I want to talk about all day. Go ahead, Prince.
Oh, also shouts out to Barbo. $4.99. We appreciate you so much. Says excellent show. Shouts out to Megan. We appreciate it. Say you can go ahead, but you know you gotta be careful because they trying to kill these rappers. And hey man, listen, I don't want that on ours. Yeah, that's right. They got him on the day y'all said it would be.
Yeah, I could throw a football. I'm not into like doing like American football like that though. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a guy.
I made a post.
But I do like flag football, and I play that a lot. Now, don't get me wrong. Like when I was 7, I was a little bit delusional. Like, yeah, I can really. But I'm like, no, no.
Yeah.
Flag football is okay. You know.
It's because on Twitter I made a post. You remember the girl that threw the shirt into the crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said no. That said shit look like when she throwing the football.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Sin is actually very athletic.
Yeah.
I've actually seen her beat. She'll go to a basketball court, and I saw her, and it's weird because how she even throwing the ball don't even look like it would do nothing.
But
so
it
it's
goes
like just imagine something harmless like a penguin,
Yeah.
like something cute, and they just playing and they winning. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, but don't build me up too much because I've been rusty.
No, you're pretty good.
And
You
like
still good.
but I've been rusty for some
I'm not
years.
going with the.
But it was funny.
Seeing trying to be a humble
Nah.
nigga, Bruce
we
Lee.
was playing in the we was playing one time on the court, and it was a guy. He was already playing basketball, just shooting through the hoop and all that. So then, what game did we decide to play?
What was
with
a
him?
horse?
No, it wasn't horse.
It wasn't horse. It was something else.
It was something he suggested. I
Right,
think.
and I won, of
You
course.
smoking them?
Yeah.
Yes, I won. But I also remember, like, I had a lot of male figures in my life that were really into sports. And also, believe it or not, the women in my life,
Are
in my
into
family,
sports.
they love baseball. Love,
Yeah.
love, love baseball. Some of them like basketball, but, like, baseball was big in my household. Like, it was between the Yankees and the Mets. My Uncle David, he was for the Mets. My grandfather was for the Yankees. They used to get in fights about it. And then
It's fire all the way up into the steroid scandal.
my uncles and cousins were really big on basketball.
I'm
and
gonna
all
say the
that, so-
millennials was that last run of baseball.
Yeah, it
because
was.
my parents loved baseball too. They used to get them collectible cups.
The older ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the baseball, and then Lance Armstrong killed the other stuff.
And we don't even get movies about baseball no more.
Why would they?
But I'm not gonna lie,
Why would they?
I love international football better. Because when I played that, you just push people and knock people down. Very fun. Because I like to be a defensive troll. So I actually really like playing soccer.
Well, yeah,
football,
soccer
however you
is
wanna
cool.
call
You
it.
get to
It's
elbow
useful.
people in their neck like Wemby.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Yes.
Wemby, a
I'm
tall,
sorry.
evil nigga. You saw it.
I'm learning
out of
about
somebody.
basketball, but when you showed me him pulling
I
his
said,
head, I
bro,
said, "Oh my god!"
I said, hit that nigga in that rib cage.
Yeah,
Boy, they
I
gotta-
actually think they should bring back the fighting you was telling me with the other era before. I
yeah.
think they should bring it back because y'all doing way too
But-
much.
Some of them, yeah.
I don't care.
Some of them was really trying to injure each other.
But even though the team that like I was playing for, I was like, "Yo, we got this," because we was doing good. But then with no grass, we went up against these Mexican boys.
Got y'all asses.
And look, and yeah,
Got 'em.
man,
I could have told Sin that.
I was like,
But that's
I was
when-
like, oh my god, I'm getting tired. And he was like, oh, you getting tired?
The
huh?
Aztecs got
You
y'all.
know, because it was no grass. He was like, still, you need to, still pick up your stamina. And before, like at that time, like my stamina was still pretty good. They were impressed.
When was this?
They was impressed with my defensive plays, but I was like, they was like being all cocky and stuff. They was like, yeah, man.
Not gonna lie.
They was again flat surface. It was a lot.
So you were better at defense than them, but they outpaced you in endurance.
No, they outpaced. Period. No,
Damn.
I was a pretty good player.
It's
but,
their culture. It's just their culture.
You gotta give it to when someone's better that they just better, and they were just better.
Yeah, because like when I was doing soccer league when I was little, I'm not gonna lie, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. When I saw the essays pull up, I definitely did more illegal shit. I said no.
Started smacking them.
Yeah,
you know they little too, and you big, so you were slinging them around.
Yeah, I said
people over.
Yeah, because they doing too much, like, and everybody playing with him. Like, bro, he bouncing with the ball on his head and got a honeycomb in his mouth.
My goodness.
Bro, we got it, and this is on the break. Like, they doing all they tricks before the game starts. I said, I'm looking at the one that was the dopest. I said, that's the motherfucker I'm gonna hit right there.
My gosh.
Also, my tactics with dealing with Prince, I like to wait till he's very tired and then
sneak attack.
Yeah.
You are a sneak attacker, like
for him, because it's like, no, I want you to be.
I've been snuck by you.
Oh please, come
yeah,
on.
one
Right.
time.
Enough talking on the mic. Enough. Talking
Now she talking about no talking on the mic. Turn Sin's mic off.
I was about to tell y'all about my battle scars.
Wait,
Yeah.
enough talking on the mic.
Nah.
That's it. We don't even know what today's sign is. We gotta pay attention.
Oh, okay.
We gotta pay
Fine,
attention to the
fine.
signs, okay? Come
But
on
put
now.
the black man out there. I'm just sneak a snap Prince. All right. But yeah, no, I did baseball. I played football a little bit, the first year of high school or second year. But after a while, I was like, I'm all right, But the baseball one was pretty cool. I like that one. That was a fire one. We was tearing them up a little bit. But now with the soccer, essays pull around there.
Tay said, expose her.
Yeah. Speak, black woman. You can speak, be more. Black woman.
No.
Oh, now. I like to sneak. Oh, don't tell on me. No. All right, Fed sin. All right. Yeah, remember that? Fed sin. FBI sin. All right. Let's see here. Sneak attack sin. SAS. Yeah. Don't worry too. Oh, by the way, yeah, we'll talk about Stephen A. Smith and his
clapback.
His Will Smith level diss. And you said that I was do the voice saying he saying you said we want to talk about IQs.
We want to talk about
IQs. I'm gonna get right back to that.
You forgot to call me. I was like, okay.
Stephen A. Smith sounded nervous.
He did. He wasn't sassy enough. He's trying to still get.
Did y'all see Trump though? What did he do? He got booed and he says, "I'm gonna send ice in." I said, "Bro, you went there to get booed, so you can't send ice." Trump ain't got nothing to
troll.
do.
Ariel said, "I too have been snuck by sin. Be more verbally."
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
All right, guys, we appreciate y'all.
Yes.
We out. We love y'all. Peace.
Oh, also be able to, again, y'all can get over to the Dummies Cauldron. Be more. She did upload new information about the book club, and she'll have more of this information that's been reported on her Dummies Cauldron, and send it Be More. We'll definitely be back again live on Friday. That's it. Y'all good? You want to say anything else, Be More?
No, y'all have a safe, beautiful day.
Have a safe day.
All right, y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.
Thought Crimes.
I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrow.
Oh my God, what's this?
And I sing happy, and I sing happy,
See why you can't be a part of Think Tank?
Thought Crimes.
and I sing
Right.
happy, and I sing
See why you can't be a part of Think Tank?
Thought Crimes.
Coming through your airwaves. All right, now I'm here to kick the ballistics. Check out Thought Crimes. Are you following me? Coming through your airways. Coming through your airways. You ain't gonna get me with that one.